Okay, good afternoon, guys. I hope everyone is well. It is the 22nd of February, and the market is due open in about a minute and a half UK time. Running a bit late, actually. Morning, Speedy. How you doing, bud? Okay, so we've started up in this bit of a range. Hey, what? How you doing? I see your trades are both red arrows on max chart. I did notice, mate. Yeah, it's always good to have it backed up by Mac, isn't it? So yeah. So if you sit patiently and you take your time, it does go to show that things, can pay off. So yeah, so all good. Hey Jim, how you doing? Hey lead and loser. You all right, bud? Okay, just quickly for your information, trades taken during this trade are purely my opinion and not intended to be copied. Also not interpreted as any kind of investment or financial advice. Trading can potentially result in substantial financial loss, and therefore any decisions taken by you are at your own risk. I'm not a financial advisor, and this live stream is purely meant for entertainment purposes, so I might have to start throwing in a bit of a song and a dance. Just to make it sound a little bit more entertaining. So we shall see. I'll see what the future brings. So Zalante, how you doing? So okay, yeah. So started the live account yesterday. Had two good solid trades. Standard by the book trades. It was quite a nice day. I felt nice and patient. Things a little bit different this time. Feel a little bit calmer. So hopefully, don't tell me I can lose my money today. You won't lose your money today. I've got faith in you, mate. I've got faith in you. Okay, market's just opened. Hence, we got this little... I did look at this. We've had this one leg down, a little bit of sideways. And I sort of expected another one. I was looking at that. But obviously, market opens. So we've got news, but not until tonight, FOMC. So whether we will get a range in... awkward day, who knows? So we shall see. It remains to be seen, but at the moment we seem to be ranging, and we've touched nicely on a number of occasions here and here as well. So this to me looks like a failed breakout. So same as before. I like it, Zalante. That's what I like to say. Dollars. So same as before, sit patiently, have a little bit of a chit chat and see if we can find ourselves a trade or two. We may get a measured move. Where you looking down here, are you? Yeah, there was a measured move there. It's surprising. It's really surprising how these measured moves really fall into place, isn't it? What am I doing? What are you doing, lad? Yeah, there's one there and another one there. One there, one there, one there. Yeah, I was expecting, as we've had this push down a little bit of sideways. So if I remember rightly, let's have a look at that. Let's leave it for now because it's going a little bit sideways, choppy, but it's working in this top half. That's our open, that dotted line there. We're at the lows the last few days. We got a high of yesterday's, just in case that should play a part. So at the moment we're arranging. So, excuse me, FOMC meet tonight. So hopefully we can get some decent trades in before that happens. Because I think last time we had this news, I think things were bouncing all over the place. So, okay, that is a second entry short. Am I looking to go short? Not just yet, especially with that bar as it is. It's hard to say at the moment. We have had this, what I would say, based on what I can see there, it's respected in there. So for me, we've had this failed breakout, which is pushed strongly back in. And if I'd have got here a bit sooner, I may have taken that. I kind of like that, and that would have got us a few points, even if I'd have waited for this one. So we do seem like we're coming down here, but then we've had this little pop up here, so it's a little bit unpredictable at the moment. We're getting a lot of this sort of sideways stuff at the moment, so as we know, this stuff can be a little bit dangerous. put that like that for now. Yeah, we seem to be getting a bit of this, so I don't want to assume we're coming down just because we've gone up down in this range at the moment. We've not come close to this yet, so see what happens. Okay. So yeah, I hope everyone's well. Hope everyone had a good day yesterday. Had an excellent day. 2 nice trades, good standard trades. It's quite a clear day yesterday. Nothing too dramatic. Pretty straightforward trades. And just in case anyone's interested, I did manage to get the trades time-stamped. So if you do happen to go on my videos from now on, let's say, for instance, you only have time to have a quick glance during the day and you want to go back and you don't want to have to sit through 3 hours of me rambling on a bit, you can now. Just if you click on it, it'll show you the chapters or each individual trade, and you just click that button, it'll take you to within sort of 15-20 seconds before the trade starts. So the option's there now if you want to. I know a couple of people have expressed interest. If they're working all day, so they might not have time to sit down for 3 hours and flick through. And it can be a bit of a pain sometimes when you're trying to scroll him through, because the only real difference is obviously when you see the buy and sell lines, and it's not always that obvious, because a lot of the time the buy and sell lines come up when you're getting trades ready, possibly. So it just makes it easier for people who haven't got the luxury of sitting there like us and trading. So, okay, let's keep an eye on here. Market's moving quite fast now. So let's see how we get on today, see if we can get this count up nice. So let's put that. Let's go for that. So I'd say our measured move is likely to come down here. And funnily enough, I was about to bring this bottom up because this is the only touch we've had. So I was thinking about where could I bring this bottom line up that fits here. And funnily enough, if you take 2 legs down, 1 leg, 2 leg, that's where I would expect this second leg. So maybe we can get another push down here to there. Also, this could be 2 separate legs down, so let's see how we get on. But let's just get rid of this for now. But that is 1 leg. If you see this as 2 legs, and I do, so there's one. I mean, there's 1 leg. There's 2 legs within this move, but for me, this looks like a push down. 1 leg, 2 legs. So we'll see. Let's keep an eye on things. This to me is likely to make a leg down. Unfortunately, there's no real setup there for us. It's not close enough to the EMA. And I don't like these big bars sometimes. I much prefer that type of a bearish bar than that for some reason. I don't know why. This has come straight down. I like it when the buyers push it up and the sellers overpower them and push it down. So that is more of a bearish bar to me, although that is considered the most bearish bar. But I like the fact that when we've had a push down, we've had a push up by the buyers and the sellers have taken over and pushed it down. So for me, that is more bearish. Personally, maybe that's not the case. It's just more of an interesting trade to me. Let's zoom in here and have a little bit of look what's going on here. I'm expecting this to push down again, but that isn't a second entry short. It's a first entry, although I am expecting it to come down. But it is a little bit congested around here, so what I don't want to do is make a stupid mistake, and if it's not clear, I'm quite happy to leave it. One leg, 2 legs. I'm expecting that to come down to here, and then if we're and then maybe pull back a bit more, but ultimately I'm expecting a second leg of this bigger picture. Okay, that is a second entry long. I'm not interested in going long at the moment, or short at the moment. This is a little bit. Let me just bring this down a little bit more. Let me just take away this at the moment. Okay. See, with this FOMC meet later, this is, we could probably get a lot less. And if you think about it, we've had a push, some sideways, bit of push, some sideways, push, some sideways. We're getting a lot of sideways at the moment. So this is where I got to be personally careful. It's very easy to get stuck in here. It's not a massive move from the top to the bottom. What is it? Yeah, it's only sort of 7, 8 points maximum. So I'm taking trades here. There's not a lot of room for error. A lot easier to scalp this stuff if you're just scalping for a point, because you've not got to move much. SW Blaze, how you doing? Thanks for that information you gave me the other day about the timestamp. I managed to sort it out last night. So yeah, because it went over an hour, I just put 2 zeros, colon, 2 zeros, colon, 2 zeros. And that worked brilliantly, so I managed to highlight my trade. So thanks for that, mate. I did remember what you said. So all good. All good. Okay. Yeah, very choppy. Very choppy. Growl Daddy, good morning. It's not a meeting. They are releasing minutes. Yeah, but I mean, it's the information's coming out. Then I think it was the same. Was it the same last time? I can't remember, mate. I can't remember. I don't tend to pay attention too much what it is, just that it's there. You guys will know more about the US financial news than I will, really. Obviously, you guys live over there. Well, actually, you don't. What do you? You live further from the US than I do, don't you? Quite late, yeah. 7 o'clock. I just remember, what was it last? Was it last week or? It was. What was it last week when we were leading up to it, and it was just choppy all day. I can't remember what it was now. Yeah, I just tend to pay more attention to how much it's likely to impact me rather than what it is. Okay. So we're in the middle of this now. This range may be a short-term channel like that, in which case we've had a break and a new high. And judging by this, yeah, these are the areas I've got to be careful. Now, you could take that either way. Now, I'd say some traders are going to have theirs drawn like that, or some will have them drawn like that. And either way sort of really works. And the downside is, if you think it's the smaller one and we've had a break in a new high, maybe inclined to go short there. And if anybody has gone short there, quite likely going to get stopped out here. And these are the areas I got to be particularly careful with, because I've been trapped so many times going short there. Let this push it's come up and stop me out. So, I mean, we may get away with it here, but that's the problem, because we're sort of ranging at the moment. It's very easy to see these, see it hit the top, come bearish, and end up getting stuck. So I've got to be particularly careful there. Because it looks like it's getting a little bit congested now, which means it can go either way. This possibly could be a second entry long off here. I'm a bit nervous about going long here as we're at the tops, because you just don't know. It's very easy to take a second entry long, trigger up, and end up getting caught in the long trap. Yeah, if you'd taken that short there. So the trouble is, I've got mine drawn like that, but you may have, as I just mentioned, you may have it like that. It may be more right like that. In fact, probably, I don't know. It's tough either way. Yeah, it's probably, you could draw that either way. I think the safest bet is to draw that and say we've had a break in a new high. No, actually, that's not the safest, is it? Because you might be inclined to go short there. I think the safest bet is to say, now we've had a break, because at the moment this is congested and it could go up. If you're taking that, you're going to get stopped out lightly, but it is, yeah, there's uncertainty there. And that's good enough for me to stay out. Yeah, see if anybody picked the top there. These are the tops. I've had issues with picking these tops. Now, sometimes they work, but it obviously depends on the context. I took one the other day and one finished like that, and there was another one, and they all finished perfectly like that. And the measured mover played out, so I took it and it worked beautifully. So my trouble is, in the past, I've waited for these just to finish at the top and shorted them, and I got stopped out there. So I've got to be careful. Now, let's look at this. Now, if that measured move plays out, it's likely going to get up here, which is probably a new high, so it's hard to say at the moment. We're certainly ranging, but the trouble is, when it goes like this, it could break out and go in either direction, so it's just safer just leaving it. See, if you'd have took that short, which I'd have done in the past, I wouldn't have got out with 2.25 points or 2.5 points, whatever it made, and I'd have got stuck and trapped there. So what I'd have probably done then is gone, oh, well, there you go, I'll go short here. But it's just a little bit unpredictable at the moment up here. I'd say that's certainly the better short, because you could say it's had a breakout. But I'm trying to look at the bigger picture, that there may be a measured leg. So if you'd have took that one, you may get stopped out. And I'd have taken that in the past. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to work, because technically you could say we've broken out of this, but it's just something I don't like about it. I would say, because it's technically a breakout, it would more likely come down than go up. But for me, it's just a bit too risky. I don't like all this. All this here it's quite a bit of sideways, and obviously I I prefer to put the measured leg in and like to think it's going to get higher, which has stopped me from shorting it. Because I wouldn't be shocked if it does break this and push up again. In fact, I'm going to put that measured move back because I believe highly in these. So I would be inclined to think it was lightly going to push out. Now, there was a measured move there, and it pushed out to complete the move. About there, yeah, it didn't quite get it, but it broke out enough. And the trouble is, when it does break out of here, you'd be getting a lot of people going shorts, which is why it didn't quite make the high. People are thinking, well, I'm not going to try and squeeze an extra 0.5 out of it because we've broken out of this range and it's likely we're going to come down, hence that big bearish bar. But if we can get above here, then I'd expect it to get close to this then. We'll see. These are just my take, what I see happening, but I like to try and talk about it because when they happen, it just tells me I'm reading the market right. And obviously, how you read the charts has a bearing on your trade choice. So there have probably been some shorts there, and if it breaks above here, which it looks likely it's going to do, we might get a little bit of a push above here. If we can get above here, I'd say there's almost certainly going to be some shorts trying to ride it to the bottom. Okay, not quite the push I was expecting, but let me just see if this now can go up a touch. Actually, I think that's probably a little bit better. Touches here, touches here, touches here, touches here. That's 4 places and a couple of bodies. So I think that may be equal to down there. But I would say that's probably more prevalent now than lower. And obviously, as markets sort of climb a little bit. I was having a look round at some background music last night, trying to find something suitable, something that's not going to do people's heads in. But so we'll see. If I put some background music on, some very quiet background music, what type of stuff are you interested in listening to? Would you prefer it quiet? And when I say quiet, I mean just with me talking. Or would you prefer something, you know, like background shop type stuff, you know, very quiet that you can barely hear, that but just sort of kills the quietness in between? If you got any thoughts, let me know. If you prefer it just me talking and no music, then just say. But we can always add a bit at some point, and then if people, you know, just me talking, you think so. You really like hearing me talk, do you? What? That makes me feel so cared for, mate. That does. Sometimes, but the trouble is with these background songs, they only last 2 or 3 minutes, so you put them on a loop, and when you've heard the same song all day long every day, it starts to do your head in. No music. Okay, no music it is. I'm easy either way. It makes no difference to me. The trouble is, if you hear music like some other traders, people might get on the stream and think it's just music and not someone chatting about the trades. And sometimes for me, quiet, absolutely. Got Go on. So what are you saying there, Sam? What are you saying there, Sam? Quiet as in, shut up. Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy with that. That's fine. It's a ball ache trying to find something. No music is my first choice. That'll do me. It's overwhelming result. You much prefer to listen to me. I mean, what I meant is I would talk as well. That's a name I've not seen before. Ooh, Hassan. I get the second name. Bifars. Okay, I kind of like that. Bifars. Let's have a look. Your voice is music on it, so thank you, mate. Right, this is provoked a response. This is trader. Typically, how many trades you take in a session? I would say on average something like about 2. I think people say 2 to 3 trades, but if I get one and it's a good trade and there's nothing else, so I'd say realistically it's somewhere between 1 and 3. 2 probably being the average. Ryan, no music. Sam, smiley face. Just you talking for me. That'll do me. That'll do me. It wasn't for my benefit. It was only for your benefit. That's all. Okay, there is a second entry along there, but I don't like the signal bar, and I'm a little bit not interested in going along at the moment. It's just a little bit sideways. And these are the types of areas where I get stuck thinking, there we go, new eye, 2 legs down, second entry long. I'm not saying it's not going to move up, but these are the types of hairy trades right in the middle of a congested area that I'm trying to avoid. So if you want music, you can do it your end. That's all right. No, it was only for your benefit, that's all. I thought you might get sick of like you've either got a choice of silence or me talking, so I'm thinking if I'm talking a bit less and there might be a bit more music, you might enjoy that, but that'll do me. That'll do me. I noticed what's his name? Wilson's starting to charge, isn't he? For his streams. Somewhere between $19 and $90, I think. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't agree with charging people. If you're a 20-year veteran and you've been it, seen it and done it, then maybe you will, but Wilson's still quite new to it. He's still finding his struggles, and I don't agree with charging people. To do a max course or something like that, yeah, but he's charging, I think, the people that have helped him get where he is. So I'm not a fan of that. It's something I'd never do, because I've had so much help by people. I've watched other people's streams and I've had lots of messages, and I personally, for me, I don't think it's fair to charge your mates, really, which is Wilson v Wilson. If you look at his thumbnails, they're like yellow. He's just managed to get, I think, 20 accounts up and running, but he still struggles. I watched some of his stuff, and he still finds it hard as well. So I mean, each to their own, but I wouldn't charge anybody. I just, not when we've all helped each other. You know what I mean? I mean, I've made a few quid out of these evaluations from you guys. Doesn't cost you any more, but that's why I put it on there. So you guys have helped me out. You guys watch this channel, and if I get 1,000 subscribers, I could make an extra £20 a month off YouTube. I might be able to get myself a decent bottle of whiskey out of that. But no, I don't. No, I've had lots of help from people. I don't think it's fair to charge people personally. If you've been a professional trader for 20 years and you come into the scene, that's fair enough. But Wilson's just like me and half of you guys, just guys, slowly starting to get somewhere. But it's not something I'd ever consider. I wouldn't have the cheek to do it personally. Okay, I think that now he's working in that area, isn't it? But I noticed which I thought it was a strange way to do it. He's put a poll. What would you be happy paying? 19 to 29, and he's put also 69 to 99 or something. I'm thinking, if you're going to ask people what they're going to pay, they're going to put the lowest possible. But no, it's expensive enough to become a trader. All the failing and all the process and all that. I've spent quite a few £1,000, trust me. And I bet you lot have the same. So I just think, you know, if you're paying to watch a 20-year veteran who's going to help make you money, then I'd say, yeah, fair enough. But that's it, Wilson Analytics, yeah. I find he's quite a nervous trader. A lot of times he gets, he opens up positions in the wrong way. He doesn't take them, but he seems like quite a nervous trader. That's probably because he's managed to. Usually doesn't, unfortunately. Yeah. I hope this doesn't chop up all day to lose. It could well do, Jim. But no, he's quite a nervous trader. Mind you, he's got 20 accounts now. I think he's got a... That's the trouble sometimes when you get lots of these PA accounts up. It gets your nerves level up. Well, so far, apart from got a measured leg there, 2 pushes up and strongly rejected off the top. I think if I'd have been at my desk, I'd have probably taken that lower high. And I'd have probably, whether I'd have come out here, probably, or the second push. But I can't really see anything else. Yeah, I'd have probably still been stuck in here. I'd have had to take this bottom swing, I think. Apart from that, I can't. I mean, there is a failure there. But trouble is, you're going short right at that midline, and it is very choppy along there. So, as we can see, we came down, we come up, we come down, we come up. I'm trying my best to not get involved in stuff like that. I want these big pushes, big swings, and then when it comes back and gives me options, I want to avoid getting stuck in this, because picking tops like these and these, although they worked this time, in fact, can be dangerous. In fact, I watched another video, was it this morning? Another trader this morning, he mentioned lots of traders lose most of their trades on picking tops and bottoms. Strangely enough, that's something I've heard more and more lately. And I would agree with that, because I would say a chunk of my trades, that's the case. Massively convinced there. So bit of a nervous trader. But I figure I'd do so much praying during a week if I have to look at a church on Sunday. Yeah, exactly. Speedy. I just. I mean, we know from our skill level, we can base what we know on other traders. And if you've got a trader that wins and wins and wins and wins and wins, and he's very confident in what he does, then maybe you wouldn't mind paying a bit to watch him. But I think sometimes, especially newer traders, can pick up bad habits. I mean, as a newer trader, I'd say you're best off watching someone like Mac. Maybe not watching his... because sometimes his trades that he shows after can be quite technical, more for experienced traders, and some of them quite risky anyway. But I think they'd be better off, obviously, just watching his videos that explains it, and then just, But I think it's unfair to charge people, when you haven't got the skill. I mean, that's only my personal opinion. When you haven't got the skill level to be able to back things up. And for me to pay $100 a month, I'd want someone that I can be confident I'm going to learn from and make money from. And not just that, I feel cheeky charging people. I really would, because so many people have helped me, and I'd feel cheeky. Personally, I think it's unfair. I wouldn't do it. Not that you'd pay to watch me anyway. But no, it's unfair, I think. I'm quite happy. When I get a bit more experience, another few more years, I'm quite happy to pass what bits I know on to the younger generation, the new generation, because, people have helped me, and it's all about, you know, we're all in this big club, aren't we, for mentally deranged people who love torture. And it's nice as we get more experience to pass things on to the newer guys and vice versa. Yeah, there's not many people in the world where they're going to put themselves through this kind of torture for the fun of it. Okay, this is where the market opened and pushed up. So there may be a little bit of stalling, and funnily enough, that's where that's finishing there as well. I don't know why I even bothered drawing this, but that dotted line there, the green dotted line, is where it's touched here and broke below, and it's struggling here, and it's the midline as well, so it could be either or, in all honesty. So I expect this second leg to be touched, or as close as. So maybe with this we may push back into this, because we've been in this little, it's like a quarter of it, it's like the top right hand quarter of this bigger range. So whether we'll move into this section now remains to be seen. So I think it's going to make a measured move on that previous strong 2 legs up push. Yeah. Yeah, see, for me, there's a measured move there and a measured move there. Trouble is, there's a measured move and there's a measured move and there's a measured move within a measured move. So it's like it's the same thing with trend channels, isn't it? You get an overall trend channel and you get smaller trend channels within that as it went. But I am focusing on more of these measured move now, because it's a good indication of where a push may turn. So we've had one push up and another push up, so that's a nice measured move. So I'd expect now, as it's broken out of there, I mean, we've only got this price action beforehand, and it's a little bit vague. But if we've been in this overall trend a little bit longer, that is a place where you would think, ooh. Now you might think, well, look at that push up, perhaps it's going to keep going. But when you've had 2 measured moves followed by a nice big bearish bar and a breakout here, it's a good indication then to go short. So it's just, you know, a nice indication of a turning point. So we've got a smaller one there, and there's one push down there and another push down, so 2 pushes down. And then you've got this little bit of up and down choppy stuff before we come down the bottom, and there we go, 2 more. 1, 2. And obviously, if you believe strongly in these measured moves when you're taking shorts like this, I suppose your confidence level would grow to think, well, hold on a minute, if I add this push down, I expect another push down, then maybe I shouldn't take me 2 points. Maybe I should sit in this a bit longer. And if you did, then look what you'd have got. So the good thing about getting used to identifying these measured moves is they can be a good indication of where price is likely to go. So even if you'd have come down the top there's 5.5 points. Not as much as I thought, actually, but potentially if you come down this measured move, you're comfortably 8 points. So that's why I'm tending to focus on these measured move a little bit more, so I get used to identifying even ones that are a little bit as messy as these. Because if I can take a short going down, it'll give me more confidence and starting to develop, you know, my skills to be able to take them a little bit more, get a bit more out of the package, you know, make a bit more money. Because I noticed those trades I took yesterday, I could have got more than double, triple the points off each. It's possible. And it's always also possible that it could reverse and actually took me out, and I could have made nothing. But if you're making 3 times the points, then, you know, you may think, well, even if I lose one of those trades, even if I lose one trade, I'm still making 3 times the amount. For every one, you know, I'm potentially covering for 3 losses. If you're getting, you know, if you normally take 3.5 points out of a trade and you wait for 9 or 10 points, and potentially you can afford to lose two before one works. So I'm just trying to develop my skills and look at the bigger picture, as well as the setups within these moves. Just trying to identify these second legs, which should, if I got into a trade like that, would obviously then give me an indication of where it is likely going to go. Likely, obviously, the more you do it, the more confidence you get in it. But at the moment, we have been, ever since around about, I don't know, the 1 o'clock UK time. So for the last 2 hours, we've been going sideways in this section. So I'm just wondering whether this, instead of hitting this measured move or working down, may push back in. We shall see. Got the failure about 10 Eastern Standard Time. Anyone else take it? Eastern Standard 10 o'clock. So that would have been 12:12. That would have been 3 o'clock. Which failure on about? You're not on about this one, are you? This one. Yeah, I did see that one. The bit that put me off is 1, the middle line, and 2, if I go left, congestion, and then left again, congestion, and then left again, congestion. So for me, it was just a little bit, I was a bit uncertain. Although I don't think it was a bad trade. And you certainly got some points out. Okay, that's hit that measured move right to the nearest tick. So whether we come down or whether we push up. So, measured leg there played out. I would say there is possibly going to be another measured leg down. So, there you go. That's possible. Whether it will or not, who knows? Let's put that out of the way a little bit and see if we do get it. So, that's pushed down really strongly, that is. So, if you're in that failure there and you manage to sort of maybe sit above this swing, you may still be in here. Sometimes when it has this strong push down, you get that little bit of sideways. It just tanks and you get sort of like a mirror image. So I try to identify these because if I am ever in a trade, it just helps you to think about where you may sit back. Look at that. Look, wow. Strong. I wasn't quite expecting that strong. 10 points straight down, look. So I think it's likely, the way that's coming down, it's going to hit this measured move. Whether we get a little bit of a pullback first, who knows? These are the areas I got to be careful of because I've got caught out so many times. We've got a bullish bar and I've gone long. And what I've done is gone long right in the middle of a downtrend. So that is clearly a short-term trend channel. It doesn't get any clearer than that. So if it breaks and makes this measured move, again, these are the areas I've got to be careful going long because there's nothing there. It's floating. Now, just because it's made that measured leg doesn't mean it's not going to come down a bit. As we identified here with one push down, then another push down, it did push, although it broke exactly. Sorry, no, it didn't. It pushed past it, didn't it? I think it was about here, I think, the measured move for here. 1 leg, 2 legs. So it is stalling there. So I expect that to push down a touch more. just wondering if any traders are going to buy that. I'll be a bit nervous actually, because I expect this to come down, break this low, and hit this. Now you could say that's a break, and it's sort of half in and half out, so it's. I suppose you could say that's a break, but it's not a convincing one to me, and we haven't played out this measured move, so I would say I still expect this to come down a little bit lower. Yeah, I'm still thinking here at the moment. Certainly below this, quite likely this. Let's pull this over a bit. Let's say that. Yeah, so if anybody did buy that, I can't see why they'd buy that. I think that's risky. Yeah, that's risky. But their stops are going to be here, I'm guessing. Possibly here. Okay, yeah, I'd say stops got it. A couple of stops got it there. Not a lot, but I expect that to tick to there, which it has done. Okay. So if you took that failure and you had the cojones to sit through that, you could have made yourself a nice few quid there. It just goes to show, doesn't it? You know, if you're willing to sit for a bit. And you know what the ironic thing is? Let's just see what you'd have got there. Well, 18 points. Let's just think, if you took this, yeah, and just followed it down and stuck your stop on top of any one of these new swing highs, you'd have come out down here. Look at this, you'd have got all the way down there. And I believe that's the type of trades we're going to be doing in the future. Sitting in there longer as our sort of skills develop. So I'd say if it's going to push up, as it's made this measured move and it's closed below it here, so we could go down lower, but I'd like to think we're at least going to get to the EMA here. But I've given up picking these. They've got me into too much trouble. Because that is a sole survivor. He's down there by himself. Now, we've had a breakout with this bigger channel, a low. In fact, I think we can pull that down a little bit, can't we? That's probably about better. Class that as being in it, and we've had a breakout. So that's a failed breakout of the range anyway. And this measured move has comfortably been taken. So I'm expecting a little tick and then back up a bit more. I can't see anybody go short here, but I think it's risky if you did. But I expect that to push higher than this anyway to get closer to the MA. one leg, two leg, just in case there is any shorts there, just to clear them out. Should never doubt downward momentum. Yeah. Does make you wonder sometimes why people still take a point, doesn't it? When you see, you know, the only trade, well, another trade that I've obviously that failure that mentioned that. The only bit that made me nervous about that is because of the midline and because congestion. I'm trying to be extra cautious, but you know, if you were just to sit in it, the trouble is, it's easy now. We know it's a lot easier, isn't it? But you know, to sit there, okay, that did get broken above. So. We had a downtrend all day yesterday, didn't we, if I remember rightly? So look. Yeah, we did. I noticed it was one big looking red bar on the daily. So, in fact, I'm going to bring this down just a tad to here. Okay, it sits there nice. It sits there nice. And that bar sits on it as well, sort of. There's two, well, that the bottom there goes right between those two candles, so I'm quite happy that I'm happy with calling that the bottom of the range at the moment. Now, whether we come up or whether we continue down, but that's not too bad for me. So let's get rid of this. One leg up, two legs up. So this might take us back in here, and it might give us an opportunity to go lower if that's the case. Probably down to the 74s. You think so? Certainly very possible. See, what I'm seeing here is we've had this break in a new low. We didn't really make it to the EMA. We have here, so there's one leg, two legs. This may be another option to go short, but I'm just a bit nervous about going short here because we've had this failed breakout. It's pushed in, it's come back, and it's pushed in again. Now, to me, it looks like this type of setup to go down, but because we're right at the bottom of this overall trend, I can't bring myself to do it. Although to me, I would prefer it to go higher. That looks like two legs to me, but see what happens now. It does look like the short you would take, doesn't it? But I can't see anything bigger in there that would give me the confidence to take that. Let's have a look at that. See, that looks tempting, but it's just something I don't like about it. It's a bit too risky. I try to remove them because it's easier to get stuck. Yeah, exactly. See, putting that there, looks like the ideal place to go short, but one leg, two legs. That second leg isn't as obviously the second leg is smaller, isn't it? So that's where I'll be more interested in taking a short there, not quite there. That's the trouble with taking a short right at the bottom when we're in this channel range. Just risky, isn't it? Now, I'd say once we got below this middle line, this is drop quick because obviously we got this big space in here which needs sort of filling, really, isn't it? And this is, you know, since here, we've spent all our time in this top section, but once we actually broke below it and sort of come and retested it, then we've just tanked. So the next area where it's going to, you know, slightly struggle is here, isn't it? This is the only bit of support we've got down here. So it looks like we're pushing back in. Certainly can go up. It's just a bit unpredictable at the moment. Could just tank here, could come up, could stay in this section, could push back up. There's a lot of variables at the moment, which makes it dangerous to trade. It was a failure there, but I think it's risky, me personally, getting in that one. Oh, incidentally, I had some. Somebody took some evaluations yesterday. I'm assuming. I noticed that a pop up. So if anybody used that code on an evaluation yesterday, or indeed any day, it's much appreciated. Very much appreciated. It's more than paid for my graphics card that I purchased to do this stream. So happy days, and it's paid for a nice new boom arm coming today. Because at the moment my microphone is on a little tripod on the desk and it gets in the way of me. It's just in the way of me keyboard. So if anybody took one, much appreciated. Yeah, if I was convinced we were going up, I may have put an order above there because it was a second entry short, but I just didn't like it. And not only that, I think going short right close to these lows was dangerous. But there'd have probably been some shorts there. But you just don't know, do you? It's possible it could have come because it's... but we're at the bottom of this range, but which is why I left it alone. So that's the safer option, but it wasn't a massive bar. What was it? It was a point and a quarter. That was a small bar, that was. But I don't know, I just didn't like it. Something didn't look right, and I don't want to go short into this because at the moment, from what I can see, we've had this breakout back in. So the last thing you want to be sure. So I remember deciding to leave that, but what I should have done is, as it triggered, is put an order above here. So anybody who was short in that, obviously they'd have been out there. So as we'd have pushed up, then we'd have lost any interest in sellers, which is why we've had green bar, green bar, green bar. So I should have put an order in there, and I missed that actually. If that had been my second trade, then I may have took that one. But as a first trade, I like to have something extremely obvious. And it was a failure as well, because as that broke below there, I should have took it on the engulfing to go along. And then my next target would have been somewhere around about the bottoms of here. We make a nice pullback. Yeah, I hope so. Trouble is, I've got a feeling we're not going to, because at the moment I would say our target's somewhere around here and it's not that far away. Yeah, it's right in the middle of that lot there. Congestion there, congestion there. See, this is one, the midline, and two, the open as well. So there's a lot of congestion around there. If you look at these bars and pick the middle, it's right here, isn't it? Right where the midline is and right where the open is. So I expect it to stall here. So whether we come back down and stay in this section or not, it's just hard to say at the moment. This is purely guesswork whether it's going to go up to back into this lever or stay down here. It's actually technically breaking a new high by 1 tick. What to do? What to do? Are we coming back down here? Or are we going to push higher? Now, although that's technically a break in a new high, I wouldn't say it was a convincing new high, so we may push up, but the way this is pushed through the EMA, that ain't going to happen, is it? Okay, so there's our break new high. Technically is anyway, so what are we going to do now? I looked at this and thought, if we get a bullish bar, that might be a nice place to go long, but I'm expecting a measured move here. Let's have a look. Let's call that about there then, shall we? Which is why I'd be unsure about taking a long here. I think we're likely to break these and possibly have a leg there. Just wondering if we are slowly working our way to breaking properly out the bottom of this. I wouldn't be shocked here if we had another leg down. This came back, retested it, and then came back some more, just with what I'm seeing now. Yeah, I'm thinking it's starting to get more and more bearish. Let's see if we get this measured move and it comes up and retest this. But I'd say I'd really expect this measured move. We've actually made a new low. And then I'd expect, if we're going to come down, maybe to retest this or push in a bit and then drop again. Now, I probably shouldn't leave this here. I'm going to take this away because sometimes this can help you make decisions, and it's not really been confirmed yet. So I'm just going to take it what it is. So I'd say we're almost definitely going to get a measured move. And then I'd like to see another retest. And then another push down before I'm thinking more bearish. Sam Laker, here we go. Looks like it might be. In fact, what would be even better is if we retest this before we hit this measured move. That would give me more interest that we're going lower. One leg, two legs. I expect this to be hit. I prefer it to touch close to the bottom of this range before it hits this measured move. Oh, excuse me. In fact, probably more there, I would say. Push down a little bit of a break and pull out. There's our high there, there's the low there. That's where I'd expect it to. Leading loser 3995 is the bellwether. What's that, mate? What's the bellwether? Sorry if you can hear howling. That's one of my dogs downstairs. He knows I'm up here. There's a bit of congestion here. Okay. Just wondering if it does break to here, whether that might be interested in a short. First entry, push up. In terms of bearishness, not buff. Oh, I got you. Fair enough. You learn something new every day. Let's have a look. This is where you've got to be careful. I'd have preferred it to hit the bottom of this range before we make this measured leg. And I did think that I may consider a short there, but I prefer it to push up here strongly and then close right below there. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. But I'm kind of glad it's got close to the bottom of this, because it is... you could argue exactly where the bottom of this range is, whether it's maybe a tick lower. So I look to fit here. Let's have a look. Yeah, that fits better. It sits nicely between those two lines. Touches there perfectly. Closes on the body, closes on the body. So I think that's as close as we can get to calling it the bottom. This has had a breakout, push strongly back in. We've had another breakout, lower this time, up to the EMA, up to the bottom of this. I'm expecting this, so I'm thinking bearish at the moment. I kind of hope we do, because it was kind of nice trading yesterday. I kind of like these nice trending days. It makes setups clearer. You're less likely to get stuck and trapped. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick few minute break. My wife's just come home from work. I'm going to make myself a quick cup of coffee. Keep an eye on this because that's where I'm expecting it to go to. May go even lower. Who knows? We could potentially. No, maybe not. Might be a bit too early. I was going to say have one leg, have another leg down here, but I think if we're in this range, I'd expect it to maybe work its way back towards here somewhere. Let's put that there, just out of interest. See if we are working. So we've... I actually really like that at the moment. Let's have a look. Might be a bit early, but there you go. So we've touched there, touched there, touched there, touched there. We're a tick off this measured move. Now that's arguable. That could be a tick adjustment there. So I'm just going to take a few minute break, make a quick cuppa, and I'll be back with you. Okay, right. Let's see if this downtrend does materialise. It's looking positive. Let's go here. Oh, you're off, are you? Toad. All right, take it easy, bud. Sorry, mate, I didn't see you there. Where are we, look? Okay, let's have a look. One leg, two leg. Might be a bit early yet, but okay, it's finished right on that line. Oddly enough. So... I'm just wondering whether that will be a bit lower there. It's hard to say, isn't it? That to me looks like two legs. Let's see what happens. I prefer to take a lower high below here if this happens. I don't want to just pick it if we get bearish. But touch, 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 touch. It's all closing beautifully there. So let's see what happens here. Let's not get too hasty, because it may not be. Could I adjust that a bit? Give it the benefit of the doubt. It may not be. It might just be pushing back into this range. I thought I'll give it the option. I don't think there's any type of a channel there. Maybe there is. It's possible. It's possible. The only bit that's making me nervous about this channel is this bit here. Greetings, how you doing, my mate? All the great individuals here. I reset it the incorrect account by mistake. One was above required. Waiting 3 days until PA. Emailed Apex, yeah, about my situation. That's happened to him before. Cancel the wrong one, did you? Oh no. Or reset the incorrect account by mistake. Yeah, if you email them, I think they're pretty fair. I mean, people make mistakes. It's a fact of life, isn't it? You took that failed second entry short. This one, did you? Because there was one here as well. I'm guessing you mean that one there, yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I got you. I'm not taking this short until we've had a break. See, I prefer to break higher and then come down and maybe take a failure if this is indeed... How you doing, Brant? Anyway, how you doing, mate? It is still a little bit early at the moment, so I've got to be careful of this that I don't get stuck here. I prefer this to break above here and then come down and then push below here and then give me another option. Actually took both. Yeah, to be fair, that happened, and I don't know what I wasn't paying attention. Because the thing about that is it's a second entry short, so there's going to be some shorts in there, and if you put it above there, once it's triggered, you can take that on the engulfing, and obviously it worked up nicely, didn't it? And you got some good points out of that. Okay, so there's that. To me looks like a trend channel there. We've had a break in a new high, so what I prefer to do, the only way I'm going to go short here in what may be a channel is if I get the failure comfortably below, because it may not be that channel. It's a bit early yet. Doesn't fit as nice as I'd like it to. No, I'm just removing it for now. Something about it I don't like at the moment. Let's just put that there just to make us aware that it has. Yeah, see, the trouble is, even with this, it's. I would much prefer that. No, let's remove it. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay. This will take us up to the open. Right on the open, ironically enough. One leg up break. See if we get a couple of pushes up to here. And then I'm quite happy with working within this area here. There is half price resets at the moment. I'm assuming that's what you did, was it? You reset it. Yeah. I check and double check when I do it now. But it's very easy to do that, isn't it? They're not that clear sometimes. You've got to delve into the information in it. It's very, very easy to click the wrong one, cancel the wrong account, or reset the wrong account. Obviously, at the moment, you're better off resetting because it's got 50% off the reset price. But obviously, it depends how much, how through the month you are. If you're 3 weeks through, half price, yeah, it's a good deal at the moment, really. But it's only a good deal if you fail, honestly. Yeah, and that's not we want to get our bargains really when we fail, do we? It's just they're dangling a carrot in front of the donkey, aren't they, really? Sorry about that. Just get rid of that. $45 plus failed accounts. Well, don't worry yourself, mate. I've got double that. So don't worry yourself. That's actually not a massive amount. I've known people with over 200 failed accounts. Just email them, mate. I think they're pretty fair, actually. They're not after trying to rip anybody off. The trouble is, just with the likes of social media now, everyone's in touch. If anybody gets mistreated or something like that from one of the prop firms, everybody knows about it pretty quickly, and they're aware of that. I kind of like the fact that we have these Facebook channels, Facebook groups where we can all chit-chat, and if there is anything untoward, it comes out. And it's good that we have that because it keeps these prop firms on their toes. They need to play the game fairly. Okay. Yeah, we put a lot of money into these prop firms. They've got to be fair with us. Okay, what I'm just going to do, there is a little bit of support resistance here, so I'm just going to pop that. That sits right between those two areas there. Support there, resistance there. So we may go a little bit sideways here. I am expecting that measured move or to the open, whichever you want to call it. But I'd say there's probably going to be a bit of resistance there. So as we've broken this, we may not even get up to this measured move. We'll see. And I put this line here as well because at the moment we seem to be working between these areas. I don't really want to bring this down anymore, I don't think. I think that is probably a safer area at the moment. Sits between there. I thought for a minute we were going to be slowly working down, but no. That's no good. Okay, strongly push through it. Good. Let's remove this. Okay, right to the measured move. So, and it hit the open as well. So, whether that will bring it down or whether it will push up, who knows? Your guess is as good as mine. Okay, that measured move has played out. Yeah. Even if it was bearish, I'm a bit nervous about going short there because it's these areas that get me into trouble. So, safest option. See, it is struggling a bit there, isn't it? The same as it did there, right in the middle of that lot, which I expected it to do. So, it's hard to say what it's going to do at the moment. So we spent a chunk of the day, this top part of this overall range. Now we're fitting this bottom part. But we broke a bit lower than this, so it's hard to know exactly where to put this bottom. That might be okay. You might call this a failed breakout, in which case we broke a bit higher this side. So this may be on our way down. It's hard to say at the moment. It's not the choppiest day I've seen. There are some areas where you may have got into a trade. Brant mentioned a couple, which are, here's one of them. We came down, we had two pushes up, and there was a nice bearish, small bearish bar there, which some traders got trapped in, short. So you could have took that on the engulfing there, because that was a failed short failure and a second entry short. And that would have pushed up quite nicely there. And if you'd have read this up to the middle line, and put your stop at the bottom of each of these bars, you'd have got up to here. I've noticed sometimes Apex can be a bit slow in getting back to you. In some cases, it's been 24 hours for me. Mind you, fortunately, they get back to me with good news, so sometimes it's worth the wait. But trouble is, they've got so many people on the books now. I'm guessing they're pretty busy. It is frustrating, though, isn't it? If you've just reset the wrong one now, you might have to wait 24 hours if we can trade again. So it's been frustrating, really. Okay, so that measured move there is fitting really nice. So we can get rid of that now. So I suppose it's a little bit congestion here, but you could have called that a triple test. You can call me Lance, mate, instead of doing the UK stuff. I read most of the things anyway, so just call me Lance, mate, if you want. Have you thought about adding VWAP to your Ninja Trader? To be honest with you, mate, it's not something we incorporate into this system, and I'm trading Pat's max price action trading system, so it's not something he incorporates into it. And I think sometimes their theory is the less different types of indicators we use, the easier it is. So it's not something we fit into the system. So I don't know whether it play a part or not. I don't really know much about it, to be honest with you. What is it? Something weighted? Something weighted? I can't remember what it is now. It's been a while since I've used the term. Yeah, I suppose everyone's sort of system is a little bit different. Everyone's strategy is a bit different. There's hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of different strategies and ways of trading and different indicators. So I don't know what part it would play. It's like we don't use order flow, but I got a buddy who trades this system, but he adds order flow and it says it helps him. So there's no reason why you can't. I suppose the thing is with Mac's sort of old school. He's been trading the same way for 25 years. So it's the old case with him. If it's not broken, don't fix it. So, but like I say, I think Mac personally, and a lot of us do in a way, thinks some of the things are a bit outdated. I believe he still teaches to scalp 1 point. Personally, I think 1 point's wasted now. But that's just my opinion. And I think there's more and more, maybe since I started trading a couple of years, I think there's more and more trading, 2 points. I think really maybe the majority of people will trade 2 points or up now, but I think 1-to-1's getting quite a favourite as well. So it's like anything, the longer you trade, the more when you take these trades, the more you see out what you could have made. It's inevitably going to be on your mind, and you're going to, we sort of human beings, we've got ways of adapting as we learn and as our skills develop. We've got ways of adjusting and adapting to our environment. And if our environment is showing us that when we take like a failure here, it goes up here, we're naturally going to have that in mind. And I think that slowly pulls us towards, maybe you're looking for more points. What are we going to do here? We've had this little push above it now. I'm just wondering now if we're going to come down. We do seem to be... Let's just pop up. What I'm going to do is just change that colour a bit. Dim it out a touch. Okay, let's pull that down. Do we lift it up, pull it down? Let's pull it down a touch. Okay, touch, 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 touch. Touch, body, body, touch, touch. I suppose we can call that a breakout, can't we? Fail breakout. It's ticked above here a couple of times, but just wondering whether it may start to work down. So look, he thinks runners make the difference, but doesn't teach how to make them work. Yeah, it always depends on how you play it. That's always yeah. I think from what I gather, Mac does quite well on his runners. But, you know, when you've been sat looking at these charts day in, day out, he'll have a good idea of where price is likely to go, depending on what he can see in front of him. So he probably does a lot. You know, his runners might be the bread and butter, but, you know, the nice, tasty filling is probably within the swings, you know, within these bigger swings and these runners. But personally, Daniel, I talk to now and again, he's just one of the more experienced traders on the Facebook. He's given me some helpful tips and some helpful advice over the last couple of years. And I did mention to him about, did he, you know, go for maybe more points? When I started going for 2 points, and he made a comment to me that sometimes I find it hard enough to sit there through 1 point, let alone 2 points. And he trades anywhere between 20 and 40 contracts. So I'm thinking if he's trading 20 contracts, he's making, what, a point, $1,000. He's making $1,000 on 1 point. Well, if he goes for 2 points, he's effectively doubling his profit. So he's making 2,000. You know what I mean? And I think really, from what I can see, it's rarely that you get a point and not 2 points. If you look back on your trades, and, you know, I look at Mac trades and everybody else's charts, and it's rare I see a trade, a good trade, that makes a point but doesn't make two. And I mean rare. When I first went over to 2 points, I looked at Daniel's charts every day for the last 2 weeks. And I think I saw about 30 trades thereabouts, including some of the green ones he'd marked, which were sort of higher risk, and not one of them wouldn't have made 2 points. So it was a no-brainer for me. What are we doing here? It seemed to be having a little bit of sideways here. Yeah. But I mean, who am I to tell Mac, you know, he should take more points? He's way more experienced than I am. Whatever works for him, if he makes money, then, you know, if it works for him, then he's doing the right thing. He obviously does well at it. He's been doing it years. He could make a lot more money if he wanted to. He could just start upscaling. He's clearly got the skills to do it. Went to 6 tricks down. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I know. I spoke to a few people who've gone, you know, it's like a massive change in life, isn't it? Going from 4 ticks to 6 ticks. Some people, I don't know, some people are slightly more risk takers, aren't they? And some people are a little bit more, whoa, steady on. You want me to do 2 points instead of 1? Yeah, so everybody's different. I'm more of a facts person, I am. I look at the numbers, because for me, numbers don't lie. And when I looked at Daniel's trading charts on the Facebook group about a year and a bit ago, I went back 5 days a week for the last 2 weeks, so 10 trading days, and including some of the green higher risk ones he took. Out of about 35 trades, every single one of them would have made over 2 points. Now, if you're doubling your profit, you've only got to make it work 55, 60% of the time, but we're talking about 100% of the time. I look at numbers like that, and that is, it's a categoric yes for me. I have to go to 2 points. It was a no-brainer. If it had been 60-40 or 40, 48-52, then it would have been, even if it was like 65 or 75%, maybe, although the numbers still go in your favour, I may have thought, stay where I am, but 100% on 35 trades, it was a no-brainer for me. It was an easy decision. I just thought, right, you just have to go with it. And it's rare, I would say, something doesn't make 2 points. If you're taking trades, let's say, for instance, you're taking that one there, second entry long, then obviously the chance of getting 2 points instead of a point is a little bit less. But if you're taking sort of failures like this, it's a no-brainer. Look at that. I mean, you made, 8-9 points there? Something like that. There was another one who took, I think it was that one. Brant took that one. I mean, look at that one. Even if you took it to the first swing, you'd have got 4 points out of that. But there's nothing that I can see incredibly rare if you'd have picked this one. Every trade I see makes 2 points at least. In most cases, a lot more. It's definitely getting a bit congested up here, isn't it? Okay, so there's a new high. Trying to go once, trying to twice, failure there. Just too dangerous to go short there. Although there may have been some longs there. Probably was some longs actually there. Second entry long. Nice big bullish bar right on the EMA. EMA's facing up. Obviously got trapped. It's just dangerous taking trades in this lot. Yeah, I can't see where there's any short trades that have been trapped. So that one definitely, they'd have probably had their stop below there. Second entry. Stop would have gone there. And that's broken through it. So I'm assuming now it's likely. I won't be surprised if this comes down very strongly. Once we sort of got below here, got below this midline, then off it went. So I'm expecting something similar here. Or it might fade back in. I don't think it will. Because, I mean, it is congested, but it's congested at the top of this range we've been working at the moment. So if you're going to fade anywhere, I'll be fading from the top. But you never know. All my hard work for the past weeks have vanished because of my resetting incorrect account. I would say it's a mistake. It's not a problem for Apex to do it. I mean, you're not asking them for anything special, are you? Just setting, just switch your account around, just unset that one and cancel that one and reset the other one. I can't see it being a problem. Hey Sam, how you doing, buddy? Are you? What time is it? Are you traded yet? Are you trading this evening? I noticed you didn't take any trades. I did have a look at your stream last night. I noticed you didn't take any. I had a couple of nice trades actually. That's the trouble with you trading a little bit later, isn't it? Sometimes you can miss some of the good stuff. But you can only do what you can do. Oh, you are trading. Oh, good on you, mate. Good on you. There's been a couple. There was that short trap there, which was the short failure. I had this drawn slightly different there, so I wasn't really looking at that, to be fair. I wasn't really thinking about going. I was just thinking about not going short. But unfortunately, once that triggered and stopped, nice steady push up. So there's not really, you've taken 3 trades today, not happy with any of them, got 9-point run of there, happy days. As long as you're in the green, mate, The thing is, sometimes if you take one that's a bit dicey, but you make money on it, then you just count yourself lucky and just, put it down to, experience, life, all part of the journey. Sometimes you feel a bit of a fake, don't you, when you're thinking, oh, I got lucky, you've got that, heart beating, I got lucky, skin of the teeth type thing. But, the trouble is markets can work quite fast and you've got to make fast decisions. And sometimes we don't always make the best decisions. So if you get lucky, then happy days. Because you've had your fair share of bad luck as well. We'll get trades that go against us, won't we? So sometimes it works in your favour. Sometimes we get stung. Yeah, there's only, I'd say, 2 that I can see. There was one up there, a failure up there. But it was a little bit... I remember the last FOMC meeting minutes, I think it was quite choppy, and I got stung a bit, so I'm trying to be careful of stuff like that. But it was a failure nonetheless, and it worked. But it might have triggered and popped up, and it could have gone a bit sideways. So apart from that, the only ones I've seen is that short trap and that failure, the short failure there. Apart from that, I've not seen nothing obvious compared to the trades I took yesterday. They were sort of balls out in your face, obvious ones. But everything today is a little bit less obvious. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I meant to do this. Have you got a copy of what's his name? Wilson's spreadsheet thing? I've had one for... He gave me a copy of his about 6 or 8 months ago. I've not used it yet, but I meant to match. Yeah, I know. Yeah, mine did bud as well. I did have a look. Someone else, I think it was Woods, mentioned that. It's always nice to have them confirmed by Mac, isn't it? Makes you feel like you've done your job right. But no, I've got a copy of Wilson's spreadsheet, and I'm going to fill that in, actually, as I've started with 2 winners yesterday. It's going to make my win percentage, win to reward ratio, win to loss ratio 100% at the moment. It's probably the only time it's going to look like 100%. So I'm going to fill it in while I've got it, I think. I haven't. I had it last year, but not this year. Just using... Yeah. I'm just going to do it while I've had those 2 winning trades yesterday. I'm going to get them filled in quick while I've still got 100% win rates. Because it probably won't last long. Where's this coming down to? There is a little bit of congestion around here, just a touch, so it might stall a bit, but I'm guessing it's probably coming down the bottom. As it does. Trouble is, there's no real obvious trades. There was a failure there, but I don't like where it is. And apart from that, down she comes, and we don't get another entry. As tempting as it is to jump in, trouble is 9 times out of 10 it'll come back there. The second we jump in, off it'll go in the wrong direction. Let's have a look. We're going to get 2 legs here. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. There is the middle line there of this overall bigger trend. Well, tell you what, it's possible. Yeah, certainly a range day today, no argument there. We've sort of had this, well, probably a little bit lower than the, no, I forget what I said there. We've had this little bit working up the top, now it's working down the bottom section. It keeps sort of, if this pushes down here, I'll put my original assessment down of 1 leg, 2 leg. I just thought there's no reason sometimes where we can't draw legs from the bottom to the top. Somebody mentioned that to me the other day, actually, in a comment. How come you just drew the legs down and not the legs up? I couldn't bring myself to go long there anyway, especially with this here. And here, there's clearly some support there. That the middle line of the big things is clearly supporting that, and it's resisting this, isn't it? And here, so I'm going to get rid of this. I don't think it's going to play a part unless that breaks out of here. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Sorry about that. My wife came in asking a few questions. Why am I so devilishly handsome was the first. I just can't answer that. Okay, let's remove this. Maybe we're going to get one leg, two leg. I would say that maybe what I'm thinking of. I prefer a lower high. Just have a look at this. But it's making me nervous as we came down here and pushed up. Getting lucky, maybe. Maybe, mate. You never know. Getting lucky gets less and less. It's called getting extremely lucky nowadays. Yeah. No, we're gonna have a few nights away, a weekend away down in Winchester. Which, in case anybody knows or doesn't know, Winchester, a long, long time ago, used to be the capital city of the UK. But my sister lives down there, so we've had my mum's funeral and all that lately, so we've all had a messy month and a half of it, so we're going to have a nice long weekend away in about 3 weeks. So my wife was just confirming she's got a few days off, although it's over the weekend. So I won't be trading in a few weeks. It'll just be on the Friday and the Monday, I think. We're in desperate need of a weekend away and a few beers. Good trade day today. There's certainly plenty of swings, isn't there? There's not. It's got better. There was a bit congestion here, a bit of here, but there's a little bit, but there's certainly swings, isn't there? So this is the area where we can pick them up. So hopefully we'll get something. Even if we can get one, I don't mind, as long as we can get something. Well, I mean, if we don't get nothing, I'm only, my policy is now, I've just, if it's there, I take it. If there's nothing there, forget it. There's nothing you can do. You can't fight the market. You can't squeeze the market. It either gives you an option or an opportunity, or it doesn't. And I've given up trying to force stuff, or I think I've given up trying to force stuff. It just doesn't work. Barcoding will start soon. I'm not sure what that is, Bud. Sage Mark. Do I call you Mark or Sage? Barcoding will start soon. I'm not sure what that is. I obviously know what barcode is, but I don't know what barcoding is in relation to. You might have to help me out there, mate. Be a lot more moves after the news later. Yeah, trouble is the news 7 o'clock UK time, so I'm usually, well, I want to be done before that, I think. And I've given up coming back later as well. On the odd occasion when we've had news, I've come back later, but my new policy is once I finish for the day, that is it. I do not come back. I used to come back in the evening and get me chart up, mark it up and post it. And set me stream for tomorrow, but I just stay away from the computer now. I do it all as soon as I finish, so I can shut down, and that is it. I am done for the day. Small ups and small down, yeah. Oh, I got you. Yeah, makes sense now. I got you. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I see that. I could change it to black and white for effective if you like. Yeah, of course. Barcoding, yeah, I like that. Barbed wire I used to use, but I kind of like barcoding. Yeah, barcoding. Yeah, that works. I thought it was going to be something very technical. Yeah, it is, isn't it? I thought one leg, two. I thought maybe we'll get a failure or something, but it's dangerous, I think, because it's not clear. Yeah, good plan. Yeah, you've got to look at your strengths and weaknesses. I think I'm okay at reading charts. I can identify a good trade, so I've got that side of me. But what lets me down, like most people, I think, is, you know, when you've been doing it a while, most of us know what a good setup looks like. But obviously what lets me down is I think it's probably getting a bit greedy, you know, coming back in the evening and thinking, oh, I'll try a bit more, I'll try a bit more. And I just come back with a different mentality for some reason. And I don't like that mentality. And I would say 90% of the times, maybe 85% of the times I've blown accounts is where I've come back in the evening. So that is clearly a problem for me. So from now on, as soon as I finish trading, I mark my trade up, I post it, I set my stream up for tomorrow, I shut down, and that is it. I do not come back. And that will alleviate that problem. My other issue is max loss 2 in a day. If I lose 2 in a day, that is it. I walk away, period. You have a check out Black Bay Trading's charts. Pretty detailed markup. That guy must have the patience of a monk. I think I have, yeah. Doesn't he trade after me or a bit later than me? I'm pretty sure I have. I do tend to sometimes flick to, usually to be fair, after I finish trading, I'll flick onto Sam's while I'm marking up, and I'll watch Sam's. Is he quite a new trader? Is he still learning? Is that the one you mean? I think he's streaming and learning at the same time. I think that's the one. I think I have, yeah. If Sam's not trading, usually I'll flick onto Sam's for sort of 20 minutes while I'm marking charts up and stuff. Or if I'm downstairs after tea and Sam's trading, I'll browse what he's up to. But yeah, I think I know the one you mean. Check out Black Bay Trading charts. Pretty, yeah. Yeah, he's new. Yeah, I know. I know he is now. Let me have a look. I'm pretty sure I do. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, he's that guy there, isn't he? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, I have watched him bits. I was on it maybe 4 or 5 days ago. I was having a chat with, I think there was another guy that I know on there. I was having a chat with him, I think. But yeah, I got to say, in my personal opinion, I think streaming's a good idea. If you know, maybe have a little bit of experience or you've been doing it a year or two. I think having people watch you makes you take it a little bit more seriously, because, you know, it's like anything. If whatever job you do, if you're at home, if you're at work and you got bosses walking around looking over your shoulder, you tend to want to do a good job. You're less likely to do something silly, I think. While there's, I mean, for me, even if when I started this stream, I remember talking to my wife about it, and I went, well, look, even if I get half a dozen people watching me, the fact that someone's watching me, and a lot of these guys I converse with on the Facebook groups, because we're all sort of in the same sort of circle. So you're less inclined to do something stupid. And sometimes while you're sat on your own, your mind can wander and you can do something stupid. So for me, I think streaming your live trades, I think is a good idea. It's definitely made a difference in my trade, and it just makes you be that little bit more serious, I think, and take slightly better decisions. So let's just get rid of that a minute. So I am wondering now, maybe I'd say there's a possibility now we're moving into this area. There's a big unused area there, isn't it? So I wouldn't be shocked now. I did put that earlier, but I took it off. I kind of like where that finishes, which is at these tops. So I would say it may do this and come back in, or it may use this, which is done, come back a bit and continue up. I'm certainly not thinking about shorting here. It's a bit in the middle of nowhere at the moment, although that measured move has played out. For me, we're pushing up at the moment. up, not down very far, only to the midline and up again. So I'd say we're probably more likely going to push above here, which is going to keep me from taking that trade. Although we've got a new low here, and for me that is a hidden second entry short, but I don't think it's going to come past this midline personally before it goes up again, which is why I'm leaving that alone. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, a set mark. Yeah, accountability. That's what it's all about. If people are watching you, it's like anything. If someone's watching you do something, you tend to try a bit out. You know, you don't look stupid here. Yeah, unfortunately, if anybody took that short, I personally think, unless they can get their points here, I think it's going to push higher just by the way we've had this push up, bit of a correction, and I'm expecting to push up here. So there's the new low, triangle once. This might be a failure. I'm tempting to put an order above this bar because I'd say almost definitely there's going to be some shorts there.
Order submitted.
Now you could say this is a breakout of this lower channel and come in, but if it goes higher, then it's not, is it? I'm just thinking the safest bet maybe to put it there. It is a failure. Let's leave it here a minute. Let me just zoom in a minute. So we've got a new low here. It's equal to that low, so we can recount. There's first entry, second entry, failure. This bar here is at the top of here. I personally think it's going to go a bit higher. Now, I might be wrong, but I think there's going to be maybe a couple of legs, which is keeping me from taking that short. And not just that, especially now there's a few bars back to back. I personally think it's going to go higher. So that will help my decision making to leave that alone. In this case, I think it looks like I'm wrong, but I'm okay with that.
Order cancelled.
I'd rather, if I'm not sure, take the safe approach. See, for me, the fact that it's come here, and now it's come here, it may, I don't think it's going to come down much further. It may come down enough to get your scalp. But for me, prices look like they're moving up at the moment. So I'm going to pop that there. But obviously, this is from what I'm seeing. It's not, you know, it's not. Yeah, so it might just come tanking down here. But for me, it just looks like things are moving up a bit. And that's making me just stay safe. It's too hard to know where. Exactly right, yeah. But what I was going to say is there's a failure there. So that triggered. So if that stop gets hit, then I think, but for me, if you look at this, it's going up a bit to me. And obviously we've had this push up, this bit of a correction, couple of sort of pulls back. And for me, it looks like it's moving up. Which is why I decided to leave that one. And if you're not sure what it's doing, if you've got doubts, you're best off just stay out of it and leave it alone. But for me, I'll be surprised if this comes down lower than here. Because for me, it looks like prices are slowly starting to climb. Yeah, you say flush. I can't see where there's going to be any longs in here or here, really. That's all congested. There's not really going to be any longs in here. There's going to be some, but I think it'll have to come most of the way down here. But for me, this looks like prices moving up. Just at the moment, so we're in this range, but this just looks like it's moving up to me, which is why I was about uncomfortable with taking that short. Bulls have been trying to push this up 45 minutes and haven't gotten nowhere. Well, it's looking up to me, and as long as I'm thinking it's looking up, I'm quite happy not to take any shorts. I mean, they've pushed up there, correction, couple of pulls back. Pushed up strongly again, a little bit of sideways. So, you know, you just have to go with what you think. Yeah, see, there could be one leg down, two legs down. They could be there, but it's just the way prices just... They're trying to get higher. Whether they do or not remains to be seen. But for me, I just think it's risky. You'd have got plenty of points out of that one anyway. So let's have a look. Yeah, even if you'd have took it down to these lows here, you'd have got 3.5, 4 points comfortably out of that. Find off and you have to sit on your hands, only try. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the best advice you can give if you're not sure what it's doing. I mean, we're never 100% sure, but if you see a trade which is like this, I mean, now I can look at that. I wasn't paying attention at the time, but you know, some of these trades are that obvious. You're 100% confident. You're literally like this. You can't get your order out quick enough because we know those trades. They just jump out. Nice downtrend, two perfect legs up, push above, pull down, closes beautifully by the EMA. We just know those don't fail. And those are the trades that we want to be taking. But when price is doing this, and it is a little bit choppy, and if you're not sure or anything makes you any doubts, yeah, see, it looks like it's going to make two legs. If there's any doubt, the safest option is just to stay out of it and wait for those beautiful setups. And to be honest with you, that's the way we should all really be trading. But it's easier than said and done sometimes, especially when you're quite new and you know you've got all those motions bouncing everywhere. That's why I kind of like trading with other people, because at least when things are a little bit, you know, a little bit sideways here, we can have a bit of a natter, can't we? So that there is triggered. I personally think if anybody took that as a lower high, they're going to get stopped out. That's my personal opinion. Because it's looking like price is following this line. There, touch, 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 touch. So if anybody was going short there, they've just got stopped out. See what I mean about prices looking like they're moving up? Anything short, which triggered, you know, there's not many shorts in there because I think people are looking what I'm looking at and thinking this looks like it's moving up. I did consider taking an order above there, but that would be just catching a stop. That would, I'm not saying it's not going to come down, but I'm a bit unsure. But what I will say is prices look like they're going up, but I'm not confident of anything at the moment because it is sideways. But it's what it's telling me is not to take that short. There's a danger signs to me there, and my instinct was right because if I would have done, it triggered me and stopped me out. So that feeling of uncertainty, something doesn't feel right. Why would I be going short when prices look like they're scrappily trying to get up? Will save me from losing a trade there. Because not so long ago, I'd have taken something like that just for the hell of it. What was that? So that's it's about a 3-point total risk, including a tick and a tick above, tick below. So that's played out anyway. So remove. Yeah, see, I thought about putting an order there, but I don't really want to go long until it breaks above this again and maybe retests it. Because it is still choppy in it. You can still get you can still get stung. There is a second entry short there. If this comes down and triggers below here, second entry short, but not something I'd want to get in, but it could be another way of people getting trapped. But I would say there's almost certainly going to be some shorts in that trade. So if we can push above there, then I expect it to move further up into this area here. So let's just put that there. If we can get above there, then I'm expecting it to get into this sort of area here. So, new low, try to go low on. So we can come down here and maybe get a failure to go long. Okay. That's triggered a possible failure. Trouble is, sometimes when you get this choppy area, you can get a couple of traps close together. There's one there, and that's a possible one. It may tick above. See, I'm bearing in mind, although it is prices seem to be following that line, we've still got a hard deck here, haven't we? So that would make me concerned about going along there if it materializes. Although I do think prices are likely going to be moving up here. We shall see. Actually, it's not a terrible bar, really. What to do, what to do, what to do. No, I'm going to leave this. I want to play extra cautious. Doesn't look like it's setting up anyway. Second entry short. Signal bar's not brilliant. It's above the. I mean, I can't see anybody getting short there. See if it can call this an ascending wedge. Then at some point it's likely to go up here, but it could come down here first before it goes up. Yeah, I think if we can get comfortably above here, then I expect it to move in at this area. But like I say, there's no guarantees. That's why I'm staying out of trades at the moment, because it is choppy. All I will say is at the moment it's followed that line, which makes me nervous about taking shorts like that. So if I'd have taken that on a lower high, I'd have been screwed. Now that is a possible second entry long. Let's remove that a minute, but still just too choppy. Trouble is, they all look good until you get into them, but it is choppy and it's up and down, so I think they're risky. Even if that breaks above here, I think it's still risky at the moment. Okay, second entry long triggered. Risky, I think, at the moment. And it's a big old bar. What is it? 3. So take about 3.5 point risk. It's not massive, but it's just so choppy at the moment. So buyers there may get trapped. Actually, it could be a bit of a spike in channel. Let's put that there. Would that make that any better? Sort of, but not convincingly. Once price gets above here, then I'll be more concerned. I can't even see where there's a channel there, to be honest with you. No, it's not clear, is it? It's still quite choppy. That will be the deciding factor to me. If we can get above there, then I expect a move into this sort of top area here. Whether it'll get to the top or not, I don't know, but there is a possible measured move here, so maybe it will. So we've been up this end and then we drop down to here. Yeah, I'd say it's certainly, from what I'm seeing, it's certainly trying to push higher. Once we get above here, then I expect to work into this top corner. If we do, indeed. I'll go films. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. I enjoy doing them. Trust me, it helps me more than it helps you. I enjoy doing them. Just nice to chat with a bunch of other people who've got the same interest. The same mentally deranged people that we all are. Ooh, is crypto on the way down? Yeah, very choppy. I am afraid it's going to continue to do this up to the news. Where are we? It's about 2 hours away, isn't it? Whether these minutes get released, I don't know what's expected. So easy to get chopped up in this, like, isn't it? Yeah, if you take that as a failure, you just don't know. It might go up a bit, come down. Yeah, it's risky. We need to get out in the open a little bit, don't we? These types of runs. Paul Sass. Paul Sass. Have I seen you before? Are you a new face? That doesn't ring any bells. You might be. Where are you from, bud? Have we talked before? Pre-pharmacy. Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? Certainly does. Careful going into... Yeah. I learnt my lesson the last time. I'm just trying to avoid areas like this completely and wait for it to swing. To be honest with you, mate, I'm quite happy about not taking a trade in a day if that's how it falls. I think it's just something you gotta get used to the fact that you can only take what the market gives you. If there's nothing available, if it's choppy, then that's the way it is. But you're going to get days. We had a day the other day where I had 3 trades in the first 45 minutes, so it does happen. Stay your states, okay. Okie dokie. Yeah, I think as I'm sort of progressing, I think I'm getting used to the fact that I can't try and speed things or I can't try and rush things. I just have to take what's available. I mean, you can't force the market to give you things, can you? If you start forcing the market, you're gonna get stung, and you've just got to literally go along with it. And you know, it's just like following someone down the road. If they happen to drop a coin, then you pick it up. If they don't, it's just the way it is. God, that reminds me of something. A terrible story. I remember when I was younger. Oh, probably shouldn't tell you this. I was 18. I was living in Winchester at the time. I don't know whether anyone else has done this, but remember when you were younger and you don't have much money and you go out and you spend all your money on booze, all your money on beer, and you come home. You can't afford a taxi because you're broke. You can't afford anything to eat because you've got nothing left. I remember following this couple. They were walking up the street and they were eating Chinese out of a plastic container. The girl just dropped hers on the side of the pavement. And as I walked past, there was half left. And I could see the steam coming out of it, so I picked it up and ate it. I know it's terrible, but that's the sort of thing you do when you're young and drunk. I think you're the only people I've ever told that story. It just popped into my head when I mentioned about following someone up the street. Things you do when you're young, broke and drunk. Please someone say you've done it. I'm not the only one. Got my trade for the day, did you? You took one off here, did you? Yeah. I mean, the way it's looking, every time it comes down there, it's taking off, isn't it? But yeah, it's just... Trouble is, because I tend to go for sort of 3.5, 4 points. There's not a huge amount left. If I took, say, a long there, yeah, I'd want to get out of here by here. Be lucky to squeeze a couple of points out of that. I'm quite happy about not taking anything if that's the way it is. It is what it is, isn't it? You've just, if it's available, you take it. If it's not, the only one I missed was that one there. I just wasn't focusing on that one. I was more focusing on pushing it up. and seeing if we were going to come down a measured leg, but I didn't think of that one as a trap at the time because I had this chart drawn slightly different, but I should have put an order on the top of it actually and took it as an engulfing because it's likely there was going to be some shorts trap there, but because we were so close to the bottom, it just wasn't sensible to go short there. Right, excuse me just for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to get very choppy, isn't it? What time are we now? Where are we on? Okay. Let's do another 25 minutes, take it up to 3 hours, see what happens, see if anything changes. What have I missed? Yeah, no trades today, survived it, I'm alive. Blood pressure is good. Poo is normal. Do you know what, mate? I think if you sat through this for a couple of hours and not taken any trades, I think you've done a good job. Because the fact that you haven't got any trades isn't the important thing. The fact that you've mustered up your patience to not take something silly, and let's face it, there ain't, apart from that trap, there ain't a lot of offerings today. Certainly no obvious offerings, the ones we like to take. So I would say you've done a good job by the fact that you haven't taken a trade, because sometimes I think that's the part of it we tend to struggle to do, because we just want something, don't we? You sit here. Absolutely, mate. Win for sure. Yeah. Did my message about the troop trigger? I just nipped the loo, actually. But no, yeah, that's good. That is, mate. That's good. Because that's half the battle, isn't it? Having the patience to sit there, because sometimes the longer you sit there, and what I find, if I take a loss earlier on, I find it very hard to sit there for the next two odd hours, because you're desperate to get a trade to get it back. So what I'm trying to do now is take one day at a time, and I'm going to try and sit here as best I can patiently and wait for an obvious setup. If I don't find one, that's the end of it. I've done my job, even if I don't get a trade for the day. I just remember Max saying something, I don't know, maybe 4 or 6 months ago. We had a really couple of choppy days, one in particular, and Max said that's where the skilled trader stands out, because he's got the patience to sit there and stay away from the danger stuff if there's no obvious setup. So I think we may be moving towards that level, mate. Starting towards the, working on that side of it, because there's so many different sides of trading, and it's trying to develop them all, isn't it? Trying to get the patience, trying to get the discipline, trying to get the emotions in check, and there's so many different dimensions, and I think we work on them all at different levels. But Max says it daily is to make money, not for absolutely, yeah, absolutely. We're there to make money, not to take trades. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he does. I watched something the other day where he says you need to treat this as a business. So we're not sitting here for the fun of it. This is not a game. We're not sitting here like a fruit machine trying to win money. It's a business, isn't it? And You know, we take these steps, don't we? I always find it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And then you might go through a little bit of rough, uneven ground where you're stumbling and struggling a bit, and then you get a moment of clarity. And it's like climbing a mountain, isn't it? There are going to be times where you're going to get so far up and you're not going to be able to get any further. You've got to come down a bit and look for another way. But absolutely, yeah, definitely. I'm quite happy if I walk away on zero and I haven't taken any trades, because I've done my job. That's what I'm here to do, to find trades and to make money. And if nothing develops, then I'll leave it alone. It's fine. Absolutely. Wise words. Thank you, my friend. And I kind of like Lance with an X, and it's very nice. When you get to my age, all you've got is wise words left. Yeah, no, I'm quite happy about not taking a trade. It's a kind of a little achievement in itself, isn't it? Got to go now. Have a good one. Yeah, you too, bud. You too. Take it easy. Have a good one tomorrow. Hopefully, we might get a clear. I don't know if there's any news tomorrow, so hopefully we might get a clear day. Yeah, so have a good one, mate. Have a good one. Yeah, I think people forget about little achievements, don't they? Like, you know, having the patience to sit through 3 hours of watching charts moving and having the skills to not take a trade. You know, having the patience to go, you know, not let them get the better of you, because it's very easy to get sucked into areas like this. And there's so many areas to get stung. And I'm still favouring this to go up. And I know it's trying, isn't it? We've sort of had this little push here and a bit more, and then we've come back, and these bottoms are getting higher, and we're trying to push again. I think that's my target. If we can get above there, whether we'll get it on this run or maybe another couple more, then I think, there we go. That's what I'm expecting now. So I think now this bigger overall level might be in play. And I also think for now, that's where I'm looking at. That's my first target. We may then come back a bit and stumble around here, but I think this area is going to play a part now. Calling in to see you, mate. How you doing, Dylan? You all right? How you doing? Just look at that contest. Yeah. Oh, you come back, have you? Because you were off, weren't you? I trade for the day. You take it easy, mate. You take it easy. Oh, I see what you mean. I misread that. I thought you said calling in to see you. Got you. Calling it. Take it easy, bud. You take it easy. Back here tomorrow again. It's Thursday tomorrow already. Short week, isn't it? Because of the markets. Got to go. Adios from I was going to say Tesco's. Yeah, take it easy, pal. You want to enjoy the sunshine. Not much of that here at the moment. Morning, mate. How you doing, Osam? How are you, my friend? What's Hawaii looking like at the moment? Pretty sunny and warm, I'm guessing. Pretty good. Got my trades a little while ago. Good on you, mate. Good on you. Good on you. Yeah, I have got a feeling. Sometimes you get a feeling about today. I have got a feeling we may not get a lot. Raining in Texas, is it really? Good grief. You expect Texas, everyone to walk around sweaty all day long, don't you? That's the way they portray it. You lot walk around sweating all day, we walk around shivering all day. I'm alright, mate. I'm alright. So far, so good. This PA account had a nice, successful day. 2 nice trades. So far, so good. I'm quite happy if nothing happens today. I'm quite happy that I've managed to muster up the patience. Yeah, it's clearly arranging today, isn't it? We had that good push, strong push down yesterday. It's not often we get a nice trend like that. And there was a I mean, I had two really nice ones, but by the time we'd finished, I'd say there was probably something around here. Maybe here or so, but it was definitely a better trading day yesterday, that's for certain. Let's have a look. It's a bipolar place for weather. If you mean the UK, absolutely. Okay, look, that's rejected it slowly, isn't it? Yeah, the UK is. Mind you, a lot of people, I know a lot of people who come over here from the US kind of like our weather because we have a mixed bag of shit and good. That's the technical term. But yeah, I suppose it depends on where you live in the world. I might be thinking of Australians. I know sometimes they have a lot of hot weather, but we get a good mixture over here. So when you've had a long hot summer, it's quite nice to get some fresh weather. And then whether you've been shivering your knackers off throughout the winter, it's nice when spring comes and you get the little flowers popping up and you get that nice smell in the air. The warmer weather's on the way. So I kind of like having a mixture. Trouble is, everyone moans about the winter, but when we get hot days, everyone's walking around sweating, moaning about how hot it is. I'm just going to... let me just get rid of some of these a minute. Just send something. I'm just going to put that there for that measured move. I'm just wondering... let's take that from there, because it's probably easier to find it from the bottom. I just wonder whether there was a spike on channel there, but I think that's probably a bit too dangerous. It's certainly fitted up that line I drew earlier, but I'm not a fan of the I'm not a fan of the actual channel. So that looks like I'm putting it there because it looks like it could be a bit of a spike, and it's fitting nice there, isn't it? But yeah. See, I don't mind warm weather, but I don't like it when I got to work. I like, because and the night time. So I know a lot of you guys in the US have air conditioning. We don't tend to have it over here. Well, no one I know has got air conditioning, but in the summer it can be pretty muggy at night. We had I think it was our hottest ever recorded. I think it was something like 41.25 degrees centigrade, which is hot anywhere you go. But obviously, it doesn't warrant having air conditioning in the UK. I mean, the hot hotels and that tend to. But no, I know a lot of you guys have it in your houses, don't you? But I suppose we may get an average temperature of somewhere around about the 22 to 28 most of the summer. But just a fan sufficient in the UK. You may get a week or two where air conditioning would be advantageous, that's for certain. So we've had this short-term trend. We've had a break in a new low. And we've popped out the bottom of this little area here, and it's pushing up strongly. So I still don't want to go long here because it is shitloads of congestion there, and there are areas where you're likely to get stung. And it's a big ass bar as well. I think it's likely that it's going to push up. I'd be shocked if it triggered above and it came down below this and stopped you, just the way this is fitting on the bar, but just this way this fitting on this line. We've already broken it, so I'd be shocked if it ticked above and came back down and stopped you out there. But I'm still thinking we're now going to sort of move up a bit. But it's a bit too big to get involved, I think. Are you going to trade the FOMC news? No, I'll be long gone by then, bud. I think it's a big no-no trade in the news. Especially on this short time frame, you can get chopped up. It doesn't even matter, even if you get good news or bad news. Sometimes they just randomly spikes in either direction. Even when we have bad news, sometimes it can shoot up before it comes down. So now these bars are way too small in the overall grand scheme of things. We don't trade much in the way of movements, do we see? So that's the measured move. So I would say now we're going to likely to have a good push up now. Certainly up around here now. Yeah, so we had that short-term trend channel. We had a break in a new low, big bullish bar. I would be surprised if that would have ticked above it and came back lower than that and stopped that out. So based on that information, for me, really, there's only one place it could go, is up. But how far up? That's the big question, but you may call that the key entry point, because it's certainly respecting that line, isn't it? Doesn't get much more bullish than that, but it was a big old bar, so I didn't really want to get in there. And it didn't exactly pull back much. I bet that was the best part of 5 points, wasn't it? 3.5 points. And not as much as I thought. 3.5, tick above, tick below. It's about 4 points. But it's just the fact that it's doing this is just making me a bit nervous. I'd rather go home white or zero rather than go home red. Yeah, in fact, every time it's touched here, it's pushed up, pushed up, pushed up, pushed up, pushed up. So although it's very sideways, it is still moving off there once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's call that 8. With a slight break. It's definitely bouncing off that line, isn't it? And just while it was doing that, that's what's telling me it's pushing up. And we got this, although we don't tend to use this type of pattern in this style of trading, there's definitely a ascending wedge there. And usually that goes up. Sometimes it comes out the bottom before it goes up. I do swing trade a little bit of crypto, so I follow a couple of people that talk about these patterns a lot. Okay, so we had a push up, break new high. Okay, that's where that measured move was drawn to. Okay, so we got a bearish bar here. Same again, I think that's risky. Taking that. Although we have had a break and the measured move played out. Because we're going up, I think that's likely going to get stopped out if you pick that. But it might not because of the measured move. But for me, we're going up at the moment. And if we're following this bottom line, the top line is likely going to be up here, so it certainly could go up a bit. But that also is that the midline of that area there, and there is some congestion around there, so it's hard to say what it could do here. It could come down or it could go up, but I think taking that as a short is a bit dangerous. In fact, let's put the trend channel in there now, see if that helps. Let's take it from here. Because it's hard to find out the break. Where do we put it? Was it here we put it to initially? Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Because we had a bit of a break, didn't we? I'm not convinced that was a break, actually. Just wondering, maybe that would be a better option. Okay, yeah. That one there, say. Spike and channel. See where this top comes to. That looks alright to me. Let's clear this up a bit. Measured move played out. Yeah, exactly. If you'd have taken that one, you'd have got stopped out there. They're the types of trade I'm stopping picking, in other words, in the middle of fresh air. There's nothing else really there. Now let's... No, it's okay. Let's make this a little bit fainter. It's quite a wide channel, I will say that, but it is fitting along that bottom really nicely, so there's no arguing that it is bouncing off there as sideways as it is, but this is the area where I expected it to come into. Because we've sort of gone from bottom to top to bottom, so we may get up here and then we may range a bit on this in this top section. Was that measured move played out? It was, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was. Actually. Yeah. Well, you could say there, but I don't think it was it? So let's go there. Yeah, this is where I expect it to come to. So whether it does it here or comes back a bit here and works up, which would make sense if we do come into this top area here. Yeah, so if you'd have taken that one, you'd have got stopped out. If you'd have taken that one, you're going to get stopped out. I don't know whether you take that one, some might. Depends whether you're still looking at this as a range down here. Okay, I think this measured move next. Wait for that measured leg up, yeah. Whether we do it now, whether we do it in a bit, but there's probably another leg there, so I'd say we're going to do it now lightly. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, that looks a little bit of a spike and channel to me, so I'd say we're likely going to hit that measured move. And we may even we'll beat that high of the day or not, I don't know, but this is clearly a range day. No arguments there. Not the worst, choppiest one I've seen, but still quite hard to trade. Because every time it goes up, it's in a different place. $4,005 incoming, you reckon? Well, it's certainly the bottom of this channel. Let me just take that up a tiny bit because I'm not convinced that's an overshoot. Probably just needs a slight adjustment. Yeah, it's touching there. Fine, it's close enough there. Okay, that's looking much like a channel to me. A little bit of a spike in channel. Touch once, touch twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's touched comfortably enough to. So whether we'll get a break and this new high measured move, it's hard to say. But that looks like a spike channel. Touch, 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 touch. So whether we'll make it this time around or we'll come back a bit and catch it up a little bit further on. If we can get a couple of legs down here to around about here, a nice second entry, then I'll be inclined to go long from that because I am expecting this measured move. Whether we do get down or not, it's hard to say. Sometimes it just goes off. Okay, this might look promising. One leg down, another leg down, around about here. That'd be nice. I'd expect that then to get right up there. Little push up. Come on. Not too much. Now take a pub. Now come down. Now come down. Come down. I don't think it's going to do it, is it? Come on, baby. There we go. Now you're talking my language. One leg. Now another one. Come down here. Drop below here to about here and then close. And then I'll favour that to get up here now. Come on. Quick zoom out. Okay. Yeah, I'm expecting one leg, two leg clearly to get up here. Second entry long right off here would be beautiful. Trouble is, it's alright. Come on, get down, you bitch. I don't think it's going to give us a chance. No, it doesn't look like it's going to get a proper pullback, does it? Not something that interests us. It's not too late. Come on, come down here. Come on. One leg, two legs. And then if we can get something down here, we may get four or five points up here. It may even break a bit higher. What's that? That's a what? That's a min I failure. What do you mean, bud? Well, was that mini? Is that supposed to be mini failure, is it? I think it might be supposed to be mini failure. Okay, that's looking okay now. If we can get down to that EMA. Mini, yeah, I got you. If we can go one leg two, if we can get down here, break below it and push up, I'll go along there. That'll be good for me. Mini, okay. Down, come on. Yeah. I don't mind if you got that lower high trap. I think 2 legs down there, as long as it finishes right. I don't think it's going to get a chance. This is where I see it going. And judging by this, it's not going to give us a chance. See, for me, we're in this trend clearly. Touched it at the top, touched it at bottom time. So we're clearly in this trend. I'm expecting this second leg up, which is going to take us to here. Even forgetting this, as it's pulled back here, I think it's likely to get to these highs, maybe a new high, or certainly up to the top here. So that's why I'm in favour of going long. But obviously, for me, we need to have 2 decent pushes down. And more importantly, the measured leg, for me, that is... there we go. It's touched that. I was just hoping we were going to get down here, unfortunately. Yeah, there'll be some shorts there, won't there, I think. I can't see anywhere else. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. But that's where I expected that measured leg, and it's hit it right to the nearest tick. Unfortunately, I was hoping it to come back here first before it did. Yeah, that measured leg right to the nearest tick. It's a shame because I thought we may get 2 pushes down to here, then we could take it from maybe here and get 4 points out of it or something, but it wasn't meant to be. I quite wholly expect it to go higher. Maybe hit these highs, or these highs, hard to say. I'm just thinking at what point I would short it. Probably not. I'm trying to avoid these ones, and I don't want to take a trade that I wouldn't normally take, just because we're coming to the end of a day and I haven't taken a trade yet. So I don't want it to affect my trade choice. Yeah, I think it's likely it will. How far I don't know, but I see it sort of maybe breaking these highs. Just wondering whether there's going to be any longs trapped there. I doubt it. Surely when we've done this and bounced off here, they'll have taken their profits. It's clearly what type of day it is. can't see there being any left from here. If anybody had taken these or these, surely when we broke these lows and got down here, they'd have taken the profits. Let's pray together. So we've had this, we've hit this measured move to the tick, so it is possible. We'll try to go higher again, it could come down. It's hard to say. It's a bit uncertainty. I like to think it's going to go higher. You just never know though, do you? As we've hit that measured leg. As we've hit that measured move, buyers may be less inclined to jump in. Right, let's see if we get a new high. The high of the day is there. I think it's there, I think. Hard to say, really. You may lose momentum. We've had this clear channel moving up. Do you really want to buy here? Right at the very top? Maybe. So you took that one, did you? Yeah, it was just a bit too far away from the EMA for me. I was hoping for a second push down, but never happened. Never happened. Yeah, see, that's touched it, the measured move. That's closed right on it. So you're long for 405. Oh, down here, are you? Oh, from down here. Yeah, I just that bit would make me nervous coming back down. Now, if you obviously believe what you've seen here, that's the thing about taking a trade off here. If we're in an uptrend, then when it does come back, surely, in most cases, it won't come lower than it did previously, so your trade will still be intact. And then maybe sometimes, I mean, this is the high we've got to, we've come back and then we pushed higher. So if you believe that this channel is valid, and everything says it is to me, then maybe if you take long, you can afford to wait for it to come back, push higher and take a higher profit. So that's the good thing about trending in a channel. When it does come back, unless it has a break, it usually won't come down as low as where your stop is if you leave your stop there. So you might get a higher move out of it. Ascending triangle. That's what I was thinking. I was here. Yeah. That bit there. Yeah, and usually when you get those, obviously they're bouncing off. Sooner or later the top will break. Sometimes they'll come out a bit and then shoot up. Other times they'll just shoot up, and obviously in that case it did. Played off the supports as well, yeah. Yeah, I just think with me starting this P account today, that to me, although is slightly on the bullish side, it is still sideways as well, so you just don't know, do you? I mean, that one could have triggered come down, but a tick lower and then pushed off again, so I just try and be extra cautious, and I want to see these, you know, push up, 2 legs down to the EMA and then another push up, those type of trades. Incorporate the past session as well. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I'd say by the looks of things, we've broken this high now, and I expect it to hit the high of the day. Then, what happens then? It may come absolutely careering down. So I'm just thinking at what point that I may short this. I'm not sure really. What I would probably do is wait for not only the lower high, but probably the failure is the safer option. See what happens. Okay, it's just gone. Let's do another 30. Let's do another 15 minutes. See what happens. So you can figure out what's going on up here. So that has clearly hit that measured leg. It stopped there. The body stopped there. Then it pushed above it, and it sat right on top 3 times. So it used it as support. Then it used it as resistance. Now it's going to rocket off. And hit that. Well, rocket might be a strong word, but I believe we're going to make a new high today now. Okay, see, I think this may be a trap. Let's have a look. Juicy. Is this where it's going to come in? We've had a bit of an overshoot. It could come down here. It may well come down here. But do I want to risk it? It's very tempting. It may come absolutely tanking down, or it may go up and stop you out. For me, this is a riskier trade. And I'm staying away from it just at the moment. Yeah, I don't want to take the risk at the moment. I think if it does come down a bit more, then I think it will continue. What's the bar? Yeah, I thought that might happen. Once it starts to lose it, then I think there's a gap there, isn't it? That's just dropped quickly, that has. I mean, at the end of the day, there's no reason we need to hit that. What we've done is broken above this, which we can clearly see, slightly above it with a big bearish bar. So it's a good enough any place to short, isn't it? But we've got that gap there as well. Look, it literally just dropped quickly. Fed meeting notes getting released. 2 Eastern time. Yeah, we've got another hour and 10 minutes yet. Okay, let's see if we do push any higher. I did consider that one, but I am still thinking here at the moment. And at the moment, we've been in this uptrend, so technically it's counter trend trading. Where are we going to go now then? Trouble is, if you adjust it at the moment, it's touching, and breaks above it. So at the moment, it's an overshoot. If you take that, or if you push that up, you're taking away from the fact that you have had an overshoot, and an overshoot can result, although it's not a massively convincing one, in move to the downside on this, or a reversal. So I'm quite happy leaving it there at the moment and just being aware that that's happened. So we could come down now. I still fancy taking off one contract. I fancy still breaking the highs of the day, but you just don't know. We've had this strong sell-off here because we've clearly broken a strong bearish bar. We've clearly broken this range and we're sat right, literally right on top of it with a nice bearish bar. So I'm not thinking about going long at the moment. Yeah, overshoots. I mean, it's not a massively convincing one, but it's one nonetheless. I think the safer option. See what we could come down here and push a bit higher, or it could reverse. Now, what we got to keep in mind is, yeah, we're in the top of a trend, but we're also, top of a range. Trend, but we're also in a range, and we're at the top of the range. We got to the top, we broke above the top, came down, hit the top again, came down. It's quite feasible it's going to do the same, although we are in this trend. But the measured moves plays out, so it could just come down. This is where you can get trapped. I'm thinking actually that wasn't a bad trade. Yeah, it's all played out, that one, bud. And if I remember what I said, that one, it's used it as resistance. Those two bars have used it as support, and that bar's used it as resistance. And it's broke the at the top of the range. And actually, I'm not a massive fan of picking tops and bottoms, but if you're going to pick one, that's not a bad one to pick, I don't think. Just wondering whether we're going to get a pull up and another leg down here. I'm just wondering whether the lack of interest in going long. See, I'm thinking we may get another leg down here. Short-term trend channel break. Could get a new low out of this. It's hard to say. I'm not a fan of counter-trend trading, although the way this has come down, it's playing like we're in a range. Okay, I'm just wondering, got to be careful not to get trapped here. I would have said that will be likely to come down, and if it breaks below there, it will be to make another leg down. Got to be so careful you got to be so careful because it could come down and then you get trapped. You might take the lower high, it might trigger, bounce back up, make a nice bullish bar, go up and break this high. So it's a little bit risky. See if that does end up bearish. I'm not getting in on the trade anyway. I think it's risky. Depends whether you think we're still playing a strong part in this trend or in the range. So depends where you're, what camp you're in, whether you think the camp that's going to go up or that we're in this range and we've broken out the top already, or even by a touch that we're coming down. It could be one leg down, two legs down, who knows. Possible second entry long. Do I want to go long here? I don't know. I'm quite a fan of measured legs, so I am lately. So that may If you get this to drop below here and come back bullish about here, it could be getting trapped because you may get 2 legs down. Yeah, I think people are unsure what to do here. Are we going to make a measured leg, or is this going to turn into a second entry long? We could go up, break this high of the day, or this could be sort of like a lower high. We could be going down. Even if this turns bullish, I think it's risky because you could get trapped here, but I prefer my longs to be somewhere around about the bottom, not 3/4 of the way up after we've already broken higher. Where are you keeping your runner? Runner what? Where are you what? Oh, you're talking about some. I got you. Okay, yeah, this could be 2 legs down. That would be my preference. It's tall. Oh, I got you. Yeah, the more it's not a bad trade actually thinking about it. I'm just trying to be extra cautious, and I think that was slightly riskier, but not much. But if you do catch it right, then you could do well of it. That wasn't one of the what I call the bog standard, really top-notch trade, but it wasn't terrible either. But it is the first time we've been back up there for quite a while. Yeah, it's getting a little bit rangy, isn't it? A little bit congested, sorry. Yeah, I've got a feeling about today. I think it's been one of those days, I think. Oh, someone's probably still in here in this one. Are you still in here, are you, lad? Follow. I noticed you've been mentioning about getting to that high. You're still in here, are you? You might be. I'm just wondering what's going to happen here. I mean, to me, considering we have broken out this range by a tiny fraction, certainly let's all agree to hit the top and a nice big bearish bar, it hasn't come down as quick as I expected it might do if it's following the range. I expected maybe a stronger push. I mean, if this wasn't sorry, if this trend channel wasn't valid, that would have come down quicker. So for me, I'm still seeing this trend at the moment, this trend channel. It's still acting like it the way it's sort of almost trying to do 2 legs. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's not looking bearish to me. It's looking bullish still. It's just not bearish enough. See what happens when we get down to this measured move. See, this is what I expected it to do straight from this. And it may come down here tanking it. There may be some longs in there. There may have been one there. But I'm just seeing bullish I am. In fact, I'm so tempted to take this long if it sits good.
Order submitted.
2 legs down. See how this finishes. You might get trapped here. Something about this I don't like. I'm leaving this alone.
Order cancelled.
I'm still thinking measured move. There's a trap there. And I bet you £1 to a penny there's longs trapped in there. And I can see this breaking below here, coming down to this, playing this measured move out. I think that's risky. Just the way this is coming down. This is my target here. Just wondering whether to take this short. How far is it likely to come down?
Order submitted.
It's a big ass bar in it. See where it finishes. No. Too
Order
risky for me.
cancelled.
I'd like to say we're going to break that and play out this measured move. Trying to go once, trying to go twice. There we go, it's broken below there. So I think here now, I did consider going short there, but I don't know how much further it's going to go down before this range comes into part. So if I'd have taken the short there, let's go for 2 points. Would I have got down here? See, I'm still thinking bullish, although there was obviously a trap there. But to me, this is congested at the moment, and the trouble is on these FOMC days, it's days like that, it's trades like that which are easy to get trapped. So also, second entry long, yes, trigger and stop you out, and it didn't come down for much, and I don't think it will, to be fair. Didn't someone say 405 is incoming? Who was that? Yeah. At the moment, for me, we're still in this channel. We're not put. What have I just moved there? Oh, bollocks, I've moved something. We're not coming strongly down enough for me to think anything else bar this trend at the moment. But it is congested. Now, you could say that's a failed breakout and trade that up. But it's a big old bar, isn't it? 3 points is not huge. Now that may push up now, but it is below the EMA. It's just risky, I think. I'd say that's the best of the bunch anyway. But this is way too choppy for me. I'm just trying to focus on the good, sensible, obvious stuff. Trouble is, if I lose that 3.5 points, I've got to win a trade now just to get break even. So I'd rather not take one than take something risky. And for me, that's risky. The measured moves played out literally to the nearest tick. So that's done its job. But because it is congesting, we have got this these minutes coming out. It's just risky. It can. Excuse my French, but fuck you up seriously there. And I just... it's just extra risky, I think. Do I think it's going to go up? I think so, but at the moment, it's just a bit risky. I am still thinking this. Bounced off the midline. Yeah. I haven't got the midline draw at the moment, have I? Yeah. It's bounced off the midline there, but that was a perfect measured move. 1 leg, 2 legs. And the more I'm incorporating these measured moves into my trading, the clearer things are becoming. Now, what if we get a higher low? Am I interested? Possibly. Whether we'll have the chance to do it or not. This is where I see now. Yeah, for this to operate like a range at the moment, that would have come down a lot quicker and a lot further, but it's not. There's still too many buyers interested in this market because for me, we're clearly in this channel at the moment, clearly. And I'm thinking high the date. Hold on a second. Let me just open this door for my dog. He's having a whine. Lie down. Lie down. Okay. Oops, sorry. I don't know what's happened there. High the day coming, I think. Let's see if we get a higher low. Now that I've lost my count to Apex and redo it, I am starting again. How can I build patience to take only 1 or 2 trades a day? Focusing on the guerrilla price action type setup. Well, the guerrilla price action trades basically the same as we do, but he takes slightly more trades and he goes for slightly more points. So my honest opinion is just sit there and wait for the best trades. So I'm not sure how long you've been trading, but I would stick to things like second entries. Just stick to things like second entries. Leave picking tops, but just stick to second entries and focus on those. Now, the guerrilla price action, I like what he's doing, but those bigger moves only really work with the good setups. If you get a good setup, they'll only really work. So it is hard, mate. There's no easy answer, to be honest with you. It's hard to build up patience. I think the only thing you can do is just to keep trying. Sometimes when you've failed a lot, it sort of drums it into your head a bit. So it's not easy, mate. But yeah, anytime, mate. I hope you get your count sorted. Okay. I kind of like this. But there's not a massive amount of room. 2 points. No, I just think it's a bit risky. I think if this finishes on its high, then I think our next stop is here, but could go even higher, couldn't it? Did your runner? You got your runner, did you, mate?
Order submitted.
See how this finishes.
Order cancelled.
Get this on a limit order. Sorry, you know what? I'm just
order
buy
submitted.
Because I think if it breaks, even though I can get a couple of points out of it. Let's see how it finishes.
Order cancelled.
Let's see if we can get it on the limit.
Order submitted.
See if it breaks above it first. I definitely like it on a higher low. I'm certainly thinking here, which if it breaks above here, there'll be some shorts there for certain. I'd rather take it a little bit lower. Something about it I don't like. No, let's put it in. I think it's okay. It's a lower high. I'm expecting to break these tops. It's not going to come get me, is it? come back down. It's 12 points. I've took ticks. I've took a few off it.
Order filled.
Yeah, let's put that there. Let's bring that down to about here. If we can get above here, I fancy there. So where are we? 17, 18, 19, 20. It's 3 points, that is. Let's put it there. So we can follow it up. I know it's slightly risky, but it is a higher low, and it's off the key entry point. I'm expecting it to break here and get up to here, so we'll see what happens anyway, see if we can get something out of it. 14, 15, 16, 17. It's a 3.25 point risk. So see if we can get something out of it. 17. Let's put that a tiny touch higher, and I'll ride it up if I can. See what happens. It is close to the high, but I'm happy to take a couple of points if I can. We are still in this trend at the moment. So that's 4.25. Let's see if it does break the high of the day. If it does get up there, that's the high of the day. In fact, it's slightly higher. If it does get up there, I'm just going to try and follow it up. Sometimes it's not going to happen. But I like the fact that it hasn't come down strongly like I'd expect a range to do. And we've had one leg, two legs strong, but we've pushed up and we've got a higher low. So I'm happy to take the risk. Sometimes I am going to take a loss. It's a fact. But I'm happy to have a go. It's not a massive risk. 17. It's less than... it's 2.75 point risk, so it's not terrible. Yeah, probably will. Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it? We did have a measured move down there, so you never know, do you? Sometimes you've got to take these. This is it after this, whatever happens anyway, so... If we can get above here, then that's the ticket, that is. See what happens anyway. Let me have a look at this a minute. That takes us up to the high of the day there. So one leg, two leg. We'll see. Oh, so there's the high of the day. So if we get above there, we may have a little bit of a splurge higher. We'll see. Looks like one leg, two legs. We can get above here, and then the next target is above there. Yeah, once it gets above here, I'll drop an order in. This is where I'm if it gets above here, then I expect it to hit the high of the day, and if it does, we'll see what happens anyway. But this is where we need to get above. there, and that's the high of the day. One leg, two leg. Yeah, see, that's a failure. Well, yeah, technically. Sometimes you got to take them and trust them, haven't you? I'm not going to hold it to 422. Once we get above here, I'm going to drop me stop in there and see what happens. It might not even do it, but I think we're okay. It's hard to say, really, isn't it? I'm thinking one leg, two leg personally. We've had one leg, two leg back, one leg, two leg up. That's what I'm seeing. Off the key entry point, that's off the key entry point, that's off the key entry point. Sometimes they do struggle a bit and go a bit sideways, but sometimes you just got to sit with it and just hold on tight and enjoy the ride. Well, I don't know about enjoy it, but see how this finishes.
Stop filled.
Okay, took me out. What did I get? $100. Ah, well, it is what it is. It's going to whack it now, isn't it? That's where it holds. It takes the nerve to sit into it. It's just stalling a bit, and it's probably just going to go whammo above that. But it is what it is. I'm not too fussed about it. Where did I take it? Here, didn't I? Yeah, I got $100 out of it. $100 is $100. It's a green day, isn't it? See what happens. See if this does push. I don't know, that one made me a bit nervous. There's no reason for it to be really, but you know, sometimes when you get a red bar when you're in a trade and you start to think, ooh. But, you know, it's $100, isn't it? Or $91, $92 after. But I'd say I'm almost sure we're going to... I think that's the key. Once we hit that, there's going to be some shorts there. You just don't know, do you? And it's been a long day. What time has it been going? Nearly 4 hours now. It's slowly getting up there, and sometimes it does slow. It does go slow. Glad it worked. Yeah, $100. Sometimes it happens, but see, I like to think now if this gets bearish, that's going to trap some shorts in there. But I'm think the way this is pushing up slowly, I think it's almost certain it's going to break higher. But you know, sometimes when you've sat in something long enough and you think enough's enough now, I gotta get out with something. Because sometimes it can pop up and then come down just as quick. So, but the way this is going up, I think it's almost certain the buyers are going to push it above there because there's going to be some shorts there, no two ways about it. And then I expect it to hit here pretty quick. And if it goes above there, that's the high of the day. Yeah, they're clearly trying to push it up. Makes sense, doesn't it? You want to get above there. There we go. So let's see if it does make the high of the day. Yeah, that hasn't popped up nowhere near as quick as I thought it may. So what did I take? It was that one, wasn't it? Okay. So what did I get out of it? Finally, that's the first 1 point scalp I've done for a while. So let's call that is it's a higher low, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that'll make the high of the day. Just the way it's holding there, I think it was going to come down quickly. It would have done, but I'm quite glad I got out when I did. It is what it is, isn't it? Sometimes you lose your nerve. That'll come in time, though, confidence and thing. But it did work. It was a higher low. It worked. Yeah, sometimes it does come back to nearly breaking point, but we'll see. I am expecting it to hit a new high of the day. Long from 40411. Well done, mate. Yeah, it's hard to sit in from that, isn't it? But if you can do it, I think what you got to keep in mind is if you go long there, we're in an uptrend. So when it's an uptrend, you get higher highs, aren't you? Sorry, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows. So if you're taking a trend from here, goes without saying, if we're going to continue a trend, every time it comes back down, you're still going to be higher than your stop. So that was a higher low. Mike's in the way, higher low, and we got plus 1. Not my highest scoring trade, but there you go. It's a scalp. So I think that's probably it. I'm just going to sit tight a minute. I just want to make it. Yeah, see, a lot of other traders, I mean, 1 leg, 2 leg, will clearly wait. I mean, you can tell what they're doing, can't you? It's clearly likely going to hit that new high. To keep my runners break even, yeah. Yeah, once you get, see if you took it here, once it gets above here, you're safe then to take it to break even, aren't you? Because you know pretty much if yours is break even here, once, you know, if it comes back here, above here, you know, you stop safe. But considering it's been, it's not been what I would call a terrible day because, you know, we have had congested areas. In fact, we've had quite a bit of congested areas, but there was obviously that short trap, which I never spotted until it started going up. But apart from that, you may have taken that failure, but we're in the middle of this range and it's right on the midline. So there's not been a terrific amount of trade, so I'm quite happy being $100 up. It's green, isn't it? There we go. You know, in a perfect world, I might have sat in there a bit longer. I know it was close to the highs, but just the way this is operating, trying to push it, I thought it was worth the risk because it was only a 2.25 point, so it's not huge. So even if we get up to there, even if you put your profit mark there, it's 2.5 points. My most profitable day. Good on you, mate. Good on you. So just the way this is pushing up 1 leg, 2 leg, I've got no doubts we're going to win that. I think we marked that and took it off, didn't we? So let's have a look. There you go. Boom. Measured, move right to that line. Yeah. That'll play out by the looks of things. Yeah. That's literally a tick above that. The high of the day. In fact, the high of the day might be a tick higher than that. Let's have a look. No, it's not. Yeah, so I'm pretty almost certain now that's going to push higher. It wouldn't go for all these, and I think when it does, it may just go. So if I'd have sat in there, if I'd have had my profit mark there, that would have given me 2.5 points, which wasn't a massive amount, but it was enough to get me interested. Ahmed, you love my patience. You don't know what I'm feeling inside, mate. You know what it is? I've just learnt the hard way. There we go. That's exactly the height of the day, and it's likely it'll tick higher than that. There we go. So that's where I've had my order. Should my patience have lasted? See, you say that, mate. You thought you will hang on. Well, you know when you just think sometimes it's just confidence, that isn't it? That things like that will come in time. I mean, the way it was pushing up, it was almost certainly going to at least break that. I think it was safe to say, but I mean, you'd have got 3 points out of that. But what's it doing now? See, so sometimes your confidence gets the better. If I'd have been sat on £10,000 profit there, then it will give me the confidence to wait a little bit longer and follow these measured moves are playing a big part for me now. They're bringing my trading on in leaps and bounds on where I think the market's going to turn or change, or at least get to. And that's definitely helping. So who knows where that's going to go now? That's clearly the high of the day. Who knows? There's probably an area around here, if you look back over the last couple of days, where it may struggle, but happy days. I think that's probably where I'd have had my order. I shoved it above there, I think, because I thought when it breaks through there, it might have a bit of a spike. So, but at the end of the day, it's a lesson, isn't it? You're learning. Every time we do a day's trading, we learn something. And obviously, you're forced to be patient. Otherwise, it's just never going to work. You're never going to make it as a trader if you're not. And I'm just getting to that level now where I'm starting to realise I just cannot play games anymore. I have to just... I'm trying to focus on it like a business. I come in and do the best job I can in a day, get it done and go home. So every time you fail, you something happens. I think you get that little bit closer to getting there. So look, guys, I think that's it for the day. So if you're looking for an evaluation, it's 50% off at the moment. There's my code. The only benefit at the moment than the normal 50% off is if you fail an account, you get a half price reset. So I think if you can reset it and it starts back at zero again, and that is down to about $40, that's half price at the moment. So that's the only attractive thing. They've almost always got this 50% off. I don't think I've known them not to have this 50% off, but look, I've got a code here. I get a kickback. Doesn't cost you any more, so it's there if you do so require. But I would say I would expect in the next 3 to 4 weeks, they're highly likely going to have another 80% off. They tend to quite a lot, and then if you're in the market, but it's there if you want it. Also, subscribe to the channel if you want to find out when I'm trading. Most of you know now, and I will at some point put a few videos on, maybe some shorter versions of the day, and then we'll see how we get on. So it's been nice looking up with you guys again, as usual. We got the same guys day by day now, and we're starting to get to know each other, and we're all hopefully helping each other out, and just seeing each other's struggles and successes. It helps you, makes you feel like you're part of something, and it's nice to know when you find things tough that other people, they're either going through it, or they've been through it, or they're about to go through it. So, you know, we're all in the same boat. So, on that note, have a great evening. Thanks, mate. Thank you, mate. A beast. I like that. My wife, I don't want to tell her that. That'll be my new nickname. So, I appreciate all your comments, guys. It's been nice spending the day with you. You're welcome. You're very welcome. It's been nice spending the day with you, and I will be here same time as usual tomorrow, 10 minutes before the market's open. So have a great evening. Stay safe, and I will catch up with you all tomorrow.